okay, we can't cope with this, we can't do, that are not, somebody wake up one morning and say, I don't want to marry again. Coming publicly to come and say, I'm saying it, I'm not marrying again. Well, when you agree to marry, we are not there. Please keep it quiet, keep it on your own. When you say that you want to marry, you didn't tell us. It is when you now came to, for the wedding, you gather everybody, you wasted our time. That's what I'll call it. We came for the wedding, we buy Ashebi, we saw Ashebi, all of that. Then don't, if you want to divorce, in fact, they should be doing that. If people that you want to divorce, those who that came to your wedding, call all of them one by one. Let them go down when you're doing that divorce. Because I don't understand. It doesn't encourage anybody. You understand? The only thing I know that if somebody is being molested, being abused, you understand, and you come out and speak, and people will even help you and tell you, please, run away, run for your dear life. Because nobody wants to lose their child.
So on the issue of public divorces, do you think it's okay for celebrities to come on social media to announce publicly of their divorces?
Well, like you said, they are public figures. Whether they announce it or not, we are bound to know about it. But I just feel like before announcing it, they should come to a mutual agreement on, okay, are we ready to put this out? It should not be one person putting the divorce thing out. The two of them should have a mutual agreement before putting it out. Because whether they put it out or not, they are public figures. We are bound to know.
Well, when you already call them celebrity. So celebrity is all about showcasing. It's all about letting people know that, let people know that you are, something is happening to you. But it has a negative impact on the society. Do you get? Because most people will look at it and start, compare, like I said before, start comparing their own family with what is happening in the celeb family, without knowing that all fingers are not equal and you can't be the other person. You get? So I don't think it's right for them to bring it to the limelight or let people start knowing that this is what is happening to them and the rest. I don't think it's right.
But you think it comes with the territory of their work?
Exactly.
On what ground do you think people can have a divorce?
Well, personally for me, I would say domestic violence, one, cheating. When it comes, I know some people will say, oh, you can't tolerate this, and maybe Christianity says, or maybe when your partner dies. But I just feel like anything that will affect your mental health, you should do away with it. So for me, I don't have a really, how will I put it? I don't have standard for divorcing. So if it's messing with your mental health, if it's something you've tried to control and you can't control it, rather than losing yourself, just separate. Let's just call it separation.
Well, I'm a Christian, first of all. Very good one at that. Biblically, the Bible says that you can only divorce your wife on one condition. That is, if she is caught red-handed cheating. You understand? So, based on that, I think that is the only reason why there can be divorce. You get? So, I'm talking from biblical point of view, as a Christian that I am. So, that's just what I think. Any other thing, both of you, even that one too, you can resolve it to, you understand? But that one is strong enough to cause divorce.
So every other thing can be worked out?
Of course. Every other thing can be worked out. Every other thing. You put your heads together and you agree and move on with life. Nobody is perfect. So if you are looking for perfect man or perfect woman, that means you're not ready to mingle.
Finally, do you still believe in marriage?
I do.
All right.
I do.
Well, there you have it. This has been the social listening segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show. We'd like to hear what our audience have to say, and that's why we come to the streets to find out their perspective on very interesting and important matters affecting us and shaping our society. Until next time, my name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Business Day TV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
to allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and now we are on for the front paper review this morning on the show. But I've got joining me virtually I've got joining me Mr. Damian Ajayi is joining me from Lagos, Nigeria. And we're talking all about the stories making the front pages this morning. Good morning to you, Mr. Damian.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Happy Valentine's Day, by the way.
Oh, happy Valentine too.
All right, let's start with the Punch newspaper this morning. The big story on the Punch newspaper says expert list funding hurdles as debt servicing takes 14 trillion naira. Lawmakers approve 344.85 billion naira for themselves. Salaries and overheads gulp huge share of budget. Again, on the top left-hand side says Southwest governors plan joint operation against ISWAP terrorists, and federal government ex-envoy slam Canada for denying military chiefs visas. And on page 16 it says Yahoo boys now involved in ritual killings and banditry. Now on the bottom side of the Punch newspaper says Ogun Ondo clash over ownership of oil-rich island. On page 30 it says customs deliver 3,897 arms and ammunition to control center. Loan controversy. Onoshoya defends self in court. Let me start with a big story on the front page of the Punch newspaper. I'm sure that's something that you certainly want to comment on. Experts have listed the least funding hurdles as debt servicing takes 14 trillion naira, and then lawmakers have approved 344.85 billion naira for themselves for salaries, and then overheads gulp huge share of budget. Firstly, what do you know about this 54.99 trillion naira budget?
Yeah, well, once again, good morning.
Good morning.
I follow the story. Of course, the argument from the government side is that they need to pump more money into the economy to critical infrastructures so that it can boost the economy. But that being said, I think what experts are worried about is the debt servicing and also the recurrent. Because if you look at the debt servicing and the recurrent, you will see that it's higher than the 23 trillion budgeted for capital. And that is huge. And just like the House Chairman of Appropriation, Honorable Beachy, said, they were approached by the Office of the Security Advisor to the Federation and other like INEC and all of that, but on the need to raise their budget. But what is more interesting, I think what experts are saying is that how do you fund it so that it does not create inflation, more inflation? Inflation is at 34% now. So what they are looking at is how do you go about funding it? Because the government is not really tackling the issue of corruption, the issue of transparency, and ensuring that these monies are going into the right places. I think more worrisome for me is the increment in the budget of INEC. When INEC presented this budget, it asked for 126 billion, but in the approved budget, we are seeing 140 billion higher. I don't know why they did that or how they arrived at that, but I think the concern now is the drive for revenue will be higher, and I hope that taxpayers will not eventually bear a substantial amount of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Damian. On the top left-hand side of the Punch newspaper, it says Yahoo boys now involved in ritual killings and banditry. I'm sure for you this is no news, because this is not going to be the first time, or this is not going to be. It's not all new news for us, when we're talking about Yahoo boys and banditry. But what can you say to this comment by the EFCC chair saying that Yahoo boys are now involved in ritual killings and banditry?
Yes, like you said, it's no news. I mean, it's one of the consequences of this kind of behavior. I mean, a lot of people have written about it. in criminology, in sociology. I mean, people like Emily Durkheim, people like Robert Martin, people like Wolfgang, about crime and youth and, the consequences of it. And I think that, I mean, it's a serious concern for us as a nation because it goes to the core of our values, of our existentialism. And I think that more than just saying this, EFCC should do more. It's not personally. I believe they can do more. They're trying their best. They are doing what they can do, but they can do more in terms of prevention, in terms of advocacy, in terms of awareness. In terms of youth participation. In secondary schools, in university, EFCC clubs, anti-corruption clubs, sponsoring, programs, in that regard. The US, for example, in the 70s, they had a problem with drugs, in the South, and people like former President Johnson and Kennedy, they brought new ideas, how to join the army, how to support, how to use sports. There are a lot of things they can do to get the youth out of crime. And it's sad, but I think they should spend more in prevention, in advocacy, in education, in enlightenment. And I think that they will achieve more.
Absolutely. And speaking of advocacy, spending more in advocacy, the Southwest governors plan joint operation against ISWAP terrorists. Again, this is still on fighting corruption and all of that and advocacy. Now the Southwest governors plan joint operation against ISWAP terrorists, and that's the news in if you ask me, because they've agreed to establish a joint security surveillance to tackle terrorists under the banner of the Islamic State West Africa province. What can you say to this developing story?
Yeah, well, the primary purpose of government is security and welfare of the people, and I am happy they are taking up the responsibility more by ensuring that they come together and provide a framework, a practical framework for tackling insecurity and enhancing the security and welfare of the people in their region. It's not something that is new, and I hope that this time around with the Southwest Development Commission and the Dawn Commission, they'll be able to synergize and come together and really do something meaningful. Because at the end of the day, it's the results that we speak. It's not just the rhetorics. The rhetorics, have been there for a while. But I think that if they come together, there's so much we can do together.
There is absolutely so much we can do together. Now, on page 40, still on the Punch newspaper, it says, federal government ex-envoy slam Canada for denying military chief visas. Is there anything you know about this story?
Yes. What I can get from the dailies was that visa was denied to the chief of defense staff, and the NSA made it public in his speech at a conference. But I think beyond that is the introspection. We should know what happened. We've not really heard from the Canadian authorities what really transpired. But what we know is that some people were granted and some people were denied. Unfortunately, the chief of defense staff, the chief of defense was the CDS was denied. So I don't think the statement "go to hell" is appropriate, coming from the enemy. I think that there are diplomatic ways to engage issues like this and look for ways to resolve it. I believe that whatever the reasons are, whatever the situation um, must have been that gave the occasion such an action, Ministry of Foreign Affairs can diplomatically engage them. There's a diplomatic channel to resolve issues like that. And I think that they should explore it, considering our long-time relationship with Canada. Nigeria-Canada relations has been, very, very robust. And I think
very
that we should
beneficial too.
yeah, I think that we should not in any way take actions or omissions or anything otherwise that would frustrate that relations.
Yeah, absolutely. On page 41 of the Punch newspaper, this definitely is something that you want to speak to. Loan controversy. It says on Nosonya defends self in court. What do you know about this story?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a pending matter, so it's sub judice, so without prejudice to the court or to the proceedings. I think that as the case unfolds, we begin to see diligence in prosecution. We begin to see the facts before us. We begin to see what the issues are and the evidence before the courts. Personally, I think that there are a lot of cases involving public officers and institutions that have been thrown out of the courts because of lack of diligent prosecution, which is not supposed to be, considering the fact that there are lots of public funds that go into these things. They should be done diligently. And prosecution is not persecution, and it is, of course, in the interest of the country that people who have stolen the public wealth should be brought to book, and the full weight of the law should come upon them. So as the case unfolds, we hope to follow it, and because it's a pending case, so that I would not say anything or in a manner that would that would be that would be prejudicial. So I would like to just leave it there.
Absolutely. And when you say you'd like to leave it there, I would like to leave it there too. So let's see what we have on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. On the Vanguard newspaper, we have the big story at the center spread here. It says banks limiting ATM withdrawal below 20,000 naira face CBN penalty. Any bank that compels a customer with sufficient funds in his or her account to withdraw less than 20,000 naira per transaction against the customer's desire for a higher sum would be contravening this regulation spirit and sanctioned appropriately. And this is according to a CBN circular. And then, speaking of the tariff hike, MTN backpedals and reverses 200% data tariff hike. We saw on Twitter how they also came in a very in a very humorous manner to speak to the 200% tariff hike, because on social media loads and loads of people really weren't happy about it. So they did come on social media in a very humorous way to say, you know what, we understand you're upset, we understand we messed up, no vex for us, it's Valentine's and all of that, and they just went on and on. Labour demands sanctions over alleged impunity. Again, on the top left, still on the National Assembly passing 54.9 trillion naira 2025 budget. Again, visa denial. Canada can go to hell. Ribadu, defense chief, has this to say. 1949 massacre of coal miners. Families sue federal government, UK government, and others. Oyetola reaffirms commitment to marine resource development. On the bottom side of the Vanguard newspaper this morning, influx of ISWAP, Boko Haram Southwest Governor's Mule, creation of joint security outfit, just like we had already spoken on on the Punch newspaper. Again, loan controversy is also here on the Vanguard newspaper. It says Onosoya goes to court to clear name. And on sports, on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper, it says 2025 under-20 AFCON, Flying Eagles in group of death, and that's in quote. But let's speak on the big story here. The banks limiting ATM withdrawals below 20,000 naira face CBN penalty, and this is according to a circular from CBN. Firstly, in your opinion, banks limiting ATM withdrawals below 20,000 naira, do you think that it was a good idea?
Yeah, well, I think for the banks, they will have taken that decision based on their capacity or what they have, administrative capacity. And I think it's not enough. It's not enough for the government or for CBN to give out regulations without really addressing what the issues are. In other dailies, some have argued that there's naira scarcity. So I think that, whatever regulation, whatever policy the banks must have been made in reference to what they have and how they can best reach out to their customers. And I think beyond that, the CBN should provide leadership, should support them, should have a meeting with them to see how they can, serve the Nigerian people better, serve their customers better. And if there are things they can resolve, they should resolve it. And beyond that, they should also ensure compliance, because it's not enough. There are villages where you don't even have banks. You have to travel, you have to enter 1,000 naira bus to the nearest bank. So how do you monitor? Where do people complain? Everybody cannot go to Abuja to complain. So they should have mediums, channels where, people in the rural areas and urban centers can complain, can reach out to CBN and prompt response. It's not just email. There should be available channels so that, there can be that synergy and there can be resolution. It's quite unfortunate that sometimes it's true you can't withdraw above a certain threshold, and it can be frustrating sometimes. I understand that, but beyond that, CBN should take the lead and address the fundamental issues, and I believe the banks would comply.
And speaking of taking the lead, of course, MTN has backpedaled and reversed their 200% data tariff hike, and it's quite interesting in this time because MTN happens to be leading when it comes to they are the first to actually go embark on the tariff hike, and when all of the other telecommunications operators were maybe taking it a little easy, because MTN kind of always leads and takes accountability when it comes to things like this. And they did come on social media to say, you know what, we apologize for the 200% tariff hike. So, but right now we don't know what's next. Are they going back to do 100% tariff hike, or are they just going to is there just going to be a pause for now? For you, what do you make of the entire tariff hike situation?
Well, I think basically it's a good that people have been listened to. They've reacted to protests, online, and I think that is a good corporate reaction to that, which is good. But beyond that, also, I think also Airtel too has started their increments, but. I think beyond that is room to engage, is room to, to ensure that, okay, even though you increase, what about the services? Hope we get better services. And because communication is vital to business productivity and even, human development index, So I think that beyond that, they've responded, they've been able to look at the increment, reduced it, And I think that discussions will continue to go on as to services, as to better ways they can, serve Nigerians better. And I think that is, a win-win for Nigeria because it's about better services. Of course, we commensurate pricing.
And I have to really say a big commendation to all of the telecom operators, especially in this time. They're truly trying their best. It's a tussle because they need to do what they need to do. Also, the people also are not quite okay with it because it's not like the best of time in terms of the economy. So it's a tussle, but eventually we will have to find a middle ground. But let's see what we have on the Business Day newspaper. Very briefly, it's a little lighter today. $100 million opportunity. Investors can't ignore this one. You need to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper to read more on this. If you want to know how to spend your $100 million wisely. It's opportunities you can't ignore. It's everything is written here. If you're an investor waiting to cut a slice of 100 million export market, here is hibiscus. Hibiscus plant is an important plant that it's in high demand locally and globally. So Zobo might just be something for you, but that's also that's just on a lighter note. But there is a lot embedded in this story. It's on page 31. You want to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. On the right and on the left hand side, Mildred and Kingsley Okonkwo, dynamic marriage influencers. This is a story on Mildred and Kingsley Okonkwo, which we know they're pastors, so they've been doing well for the marriage, should I say, marriage institution, and just talking and speaking of spiritually and all of that, kingdom marriages and whatnot. So apparently this story is highlighting them as dynamic marriage influencers. If you want to read more on this, you should grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper or visit our website at www.businessday.ng. But on the top left-hand side of the Business Day newspaper, it says Nigeria's Grammy journey from King Sunny Ade to Thames. I want to quickly hear your reaction on this story, Mr. Damian, because we know we've come a long way when it comes to the Grammys in Nigeria. For many years, you'd see us, our only exports when it comes to Grammys, like people were looking out for, was mostly the Kuti children. We were talking about Seun Kuti. We're talking about basically the Kutis. But now we're seeing that many Nigerians are getting on board. We're having the Burna Boy, we're having the Thames, we're having the Wizkid, we're having the Yemi Alade, we're having Ashake, and now Thames is doing absolutely well. Just give me your reaction, just very briefly, on what you make of how well we have evolved as a country when it comes to the Grammys.
I mean, congratulations to Thames once again. It's a welcome development. Our music, is taking us, there, up there, and I think that is a welcome development. The internet, the new age has enabled it, so that people can, see that, we have good music, and our Nigerians are really making us proud. And I think that government can come in and, really tap into that sector and make, a lot of money from that sector. I think they're not making a lot of money from that sector, as they should be, as they make the money in the US. So I think that it's a welcome development. It's something that is good. I mean, the music is taking us there, and we are there. The sky is the limit. We've come a long way, like you said. Yes, a very long way. And so far, so good. Yeah, we are doing well in the entertainment industry. And I just hope we get better and better. And maybe one day we'll take over. It'll be nice.
It would be nice to see that happen. I mean, we're already taking over. It seems like a time for Nigeria. Many of these musicians are trying to, one way or the other, attach themselves or find themselves, collaborating with Nigerian artists, and that goes to show how much relevance we have now on the global stage. So everyone is trying to latch on it, but we have to really commend all of the artists that are putting their work out there, that are putting us on that global stage, and just making us maintain a very good spot on the map of the world. It's truly commendable. Thank you very much, Mr. Damian, for your time this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. It was truly great speaking to you. I hope you have a lovely day ahead.
Thank you for having me. Have a lovely day too. Happy Valentine once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's how we bring it to a wrap here on the BDTV front page review. Do stay with us. We'll be back for more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together.
I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage actually to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people, you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself. So there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
How have the body been able to work on global trends to ensure that the future of work and gig economy is being impacted in emerging economies like Africa?
So there is, specifically for Africa, we always have to have in mind the informal sector.
Okay.
The informal sector in many countries in Africa goes up to 70-80% of the total GDP. Mm-hmm. So that means weak institutions, sometimes we mean also lack of compliance, and sometimes it means also bad regulations, sometimes it means corruption. So we need to handle that in a much more efficient manner. In fact, we are organizing an event next week in Côte d'Ivoire, precisely to see innovative and to identify innovative ways to deal with the informal sector so that we can create the jobs, the decent jobs that are needed for the young people. So the other element in Africa is, of course, youth. This is a big bonus that other regions do not have in the same manner.
Yes.
So if we can leverage that in a efficient manner with the right skills, we will, all benefit in different areas of the world. So the other area where we need to work further and much more intensively is how we leverage the skills that are needed in developing economies in Africa. So, and then of course you have the new realities of work. The new realities of work, we have been discussing them already for a while, since 5 or 6 years. They are no longer so new. So what we need also is to go to face them, not with fear, but looking at them as big opportunities. AI bring strong opportunities for people, for individuals, for young women, for young men, also to do entrepreneurship, to bring also new startups, to skills themselves, to also connect better with other areas of the world. But for that you need connectivity, you need good internet connection, you need good infrastructure, you need also good educational systems. But those are opportunities, please don't face them with fear. That's how we see them. One of the main challenges we have is that the collaboration between the private sector and the educational systems is still very weak.
Okay.
For many reasons. Sometimes for lack of coordination, sometimes for ideological reasons or fears Whenever we push for efficient partnerships between the private sector and the educational system, meaning by that, not just universities, but you have at other areas of the educational system, vocational training, but also at the main early educational system. Once you have this connection much stronger, you will be able to identify better the needs of the labor market. You'll be able also to provide young people well ahead the competence that they need, the mathematical skills, the scientific, the reading, the basic skills, but also the social skills, the human skills. We are firm believers that if we push in this direction of policy change, of good regulations, of good institutional framework for this collaboration between the private sector and the educational world, we'll get much better jobs, much also much more jobs also for young people in Africa, where you have this youth bonus that can make a huge difference also for the continent, but also for the world. There is a mentality issue among society, among employers, among also workers. I mean, we need more women, by instance, to do STEM competencies. We need more women also to be promoted at the workplace, and for that there is also a career, there is also a path, there is also a kind of support they need also. Yes, to have, because otherwise still now the mentality and the system does not help. Even though there's some important progress, you need to deal with the systemic basic issues that prevent women to get the position, to be recruited, to get the promotion, and also to get the salaries also that they need. So it's a complex issue, but we have to go to the systemic reasons why this is going slower than we think. But we have to believe on that. If you don't believe on that, then you will not make progress. In IOE, we are firm believers of the female push. Our president is a woman. Our former president is a woman. More than 40%, more than 50% of our board are composed by women. So that's how you believe, and then that's how you lead with example also at the workplace.
Okay, so lastly, sir, I want you to tell us, how does the digital economy, what role does the digital economy play in remote job, gig economy, and the future of work?
So the digital economy is bringing amazing opportunities for young people, but for all kinds of individuals, in terms of skilling yourself, in terms also of access to new markets, in terms also of working more productively, in terms also of better connecting with your colleagues. Is not the only tool, but is creating an environment that can really lead to a very huge increase in productivity if we manage to get it well. And what we need right infrastructure, we need good connectivity, we need good educational systems, good vocational training. We need also a mentality. Normally young people have it. Senior people do not have this mentality also to grasp sometimes this digital economy, even though they are capable and more than capable also to get there. So again, if we deal with that in a holistic manner, you'll see a much better scenario, a better future for young people, for also the labor market itself.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome back. This is the Big Story segment on the Big BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is where we have discussions on matters critical to shape our economy, our industry, and our nation. On today's show, we center our focus on the stand of the Nigeria Labour Congress calling for the reversal of the 50% telecom tariff hike. The Nigeria Labour Congress is threatened to begin a nationwide strike from March 1 if telecommunications companies do not revert to the previous tariff structure. The decision follows the contentious 50% hike in telecom charges, which the Labour Union insists was carried out without due process. At a Central Working Committee meeting in Lokoja, Kogi State on Thursday, the NLC condemned the tariff adjustment, arguing that no changes should have been made while negotiations with the government were still ongoing. To make more, to have a full grasp of this, we are joined by Comrade Chris Onyeka, is the Assistant General Secretary at the Nigeria Labour Congress, to the Chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress and Assistant General Secretary at the Nigeria Labour Congress. It's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
It's
a pleasure.
We are glad you joined us this morning. Let me start by first saying Happy Valentine's. I see you even have red on. Maybe it's a coincidence, but Happy Valentine's to you. So, Comrade Chris, do we have you? Comrade Chris. Comrade Chris? All right, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information.
We're now joined by the Assistant General Secretary of the NLC, Comrade Chris Onyeka. He'll be discussing more, throwing more light on this topic with us today. Comrade Chris, let me start by asking you, what are some of the organized labor's growls with this tariff increase? What exactly is your growls?
You call it grouse, but there are very, very serious reasons why this should not happen at this particular point in time. All of us know that when the telcos flew the kite about raising tariff by 100%, we knew there was a game that was afoot, and the government itself came up to say, okay, the telecommunication companies are asking for 100%. We're not going to give them 100%. We're going to give them something less than that. And so it was like a fait accompli that NCC, the Nigerian Communication Commission, was already, in cahoots with the telecommunication companies. And they had come up with a pre-planned arrangement to ensure that telecommunication companies get the approval or the nod to increase tariff. And we said clearly, we allowed them because we know that there is a process that is statutorily required for you to increase such tariff. And one of the requirements is engagement with the critical stakeholders. And Nigerian workers remain one of the most critical stakeholders in the consumption of telecommunication services in Nigeria. We are not just the workers in that sector, we are also the consumers. We are also the ones that are going to be affected. So there is the issue of the process, and we were not consulted. And eventually, the NCC granted an approval for 50%. Immediately, when they granted the approval for 50%, that was when we now felt that there was a breach. And we issued a statement and said, you have not conformed with the regulatory requirement. That the process demands that you consult with critical stakeholders. Who have you consulted before approving 50% tariff increase for telecommunication companies? And so we pointed that out and told the government that we were not going to allow that to happen, given the situation of Nigerians now. We are already overtaxed. Increase on the left, increase on the right. Massive hardship all over the nation. Workers are already hemorrhaging. And as a result of that, the government intervened and invited us to a meeting at the office of the secretary to the government of the federation. In that meeting, about 8 or 9 ministers were in attendance, including the SGF. And we had a robust discussion. And there was an understanding by both parties that we ought to have been consulted. And there was a need for now consultation to now start. A 10-man committee was set up. 5 members from NLC and 5 members from government. I am a member of one of those a member of that committee. We have submitted the next day. We submitted the list of our members into the committee. We submitted the list to the government. That committee, as we speak, has not sat, has not met, as we discussed. And then the next thing, and that committee was given 2 weeks within which to work, to look at the issues and come up with recommendation to a meeting that we hold after that 2 weeks. That committee has not sat. The next thing we now saw was an implementation of the tariff. Whereas the tariff was supposed to have started, according to the original arrangement, before we intervened, was supposed to have started by the first day of March. And so we felt that it was a breach, a betrayal of trust and confidence, a betrayal of the principles of social dialogue. And we felt that it was not the right thing for government, for NCC and the telecommunication companies to do. Why is it that you would have to? Why not wait for the 2 weeks to expire and the report given, and we meet and then take a decision before going ahead to implement the hike? But rather, they decided that they would do the contrary. And so we believe that that was a betrayal. It was a sabotage. It was a disdain for workers in Nigeria, for the labor movement in Nigeria. It was contemptuous and a mockery of the institutions of government that sat down that day. Those 9 ministers, including the SGF, that sat with us to reach that agreement, including the Minister of Communication, including the people, the Regulatory Commission, that is the NCC. So what the telecommunication companies have done is a mockery of our institutions, a mockery of the due process in Nigeria. And now, if we allow this mockery to go unchallenged, Nigerians will suffer. It will continue. Why would you want to impose a 50% hike in tariff on Nigerians at this time that life is so hard? And when they canvass, they give you the idea of increase in inflation and in other indices. And that's the reason why they are doing what they are doing. But you find out that this was what we warned them about earlier, that this is going to have a spiral effect on other things, which will impose more hardship, which will continue creating a cyclical. And so we said, no, let us go back to the agreement we had in the meeting at the SGF. So you cannot truncate that particular agreement by now saying that you are going to impose, you are going to start implementing the tariff hike without resort, without recourse to the discussion that was held at the office of the SGF. And that was why we said that we are going to do so and so. We are going to boycott starting from yesterday, and then we'll continue on our own to sensitize Nigerians, so that when by the first day of March this year nothing happens, we will shut down the companies that have decided to foist this hardship on us, on Nigerian people and on Nigerian workers. Those were the reasons why we decided to do what we have done.
Having said that, the telcos have said that unless they increase their tariff, they might have to pack up. What's the labor union saying about this? Are you thinking about the fact that the telcos might collapse if they don't increase their tariff?
Is it better for Nigerian economy to collapse or the telecommunication companies to collapse? Which one is more important? I think that even if it comes to that, the telecommunications companies should collapse so that Nigerians will survive. But I will tell you for free that it is not true. The telecommunication companies are making profit. They are making profit. If you are making profit in a business and you are saying that you are going to collapse, how are you going to collapse? They can only tell you that they are not making enough profit, but they are making sufficient profit. Last year alone, okay, in the last quarter of last year, MTN made a profit of about 4.9 billion naira. MTN. Last quarter of last year, MTN made 4.9 billion naira. So what they should rather tell us is that the profit they are making, they consider it that their profit has shrunk. But they cannot tell you that they are not making profit. It is only the one that is not making profit that will tell you that it's going to collapse. How can you collapse when you are declaring profit? I said last quarter of 2024, MTN declared a profit of about 4.9 billion naira. So if you had a profit, how can you collapse? The truth is that the business environment in Nigeria has become very challenging, not only to the telecommunication companies, but to many other sectors of the economy. But the fault is not that of Nigerians or Nigerian workers. The fault belongs to government policies that we want from beginning. That when you touch certain variables in a nation's economy, you trigger off an inflationary spiral that will affect others. And we talked about it. It was clear. Our positions on all of those have been very, very clear from beginning. But it's only that propaganda and the rest will drown everything out, and reason will not come in. There are some things you do not touch in an economy as fragile as ours. When you touch it, it will affect everybody. But the only problem we have in this country is that instead of protecting the people who are vulnerable, instead of protecting the people who suffer most in such situations, government abandons Nigerians to fat cats. Government abandons Nigeria to the corporates. Government tends to pander to the whims and caprices of the elite, of the wealthy corporations, to the detriment of Nigerian workers and Nigerian people. And that is unacceptable. If you look at the situation, my sister, you will find out that it is simply as if there is a regulatory capture. The regulatory agencies are no longer in a position to call these companies to order. As in the telecommunication companies, so it is in the electricity sector too. You find out NAC cannot control the people who are increasing tariffs. NCC cannot control MTN, Airtel, and the rest. Now, it means that the institutions for protecting the interest of Nigerian workers and Nigerian people are no longer there, have been made a mockery of. What are we supposed to do? It becomes our responsibility as citizens. It becomes our civic duty as civil society organizations, as pressure groups, to rise to protect ourselves if the state cannot protect us. So it is our responsibility. So the telecommunication companies are not telling us the truth. They will not collapse. They are making profit. They are generating revenues in trillions of naira every year. They can only tell us that their profit is not enough. But in any case, there are issues that we must have to sit down and discuss. That is why we said, you said you are going to collapse. Let us sit down and discuss. The NCC is going to be there. You are going to be there. And all of us are going to be there. The 10-man committee will sit down and look at these issues you are throwing up. And we'll look at how to solve some of those problems that will make you collapse. Some of those challenges that makes your operating environment difficult. All of us will look at them together. Because we are all stakeholders in this journey, in making Nigeria better. But you will not allow us to contribute. You just go and sit down somewhere and decide that we must increase tariff by 50%. Have you not seen what MTN is doing? They are now retracting some of the arbitrary increases they came up with. Because it tells you that people can get away with murder in this country. They can get away with whatever they like against Nigerians because nobody is speaking for us. Nobody is protecting us. And that is why we felt that NLC should bail the cat, as they normally say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submissions, Comrade Chris. I can feel the passion from everything you've said. But you know, the NCC approved 50% for the hike. So what percentage increase would NLC actually want? Or we don't want any at all?
That should be a product of dialogue. We are not people who will go and impose and say, it must be 1%. If you leave us, we will say, there should be no tariff hike at all. The purpose of dialogue, which is what we do in the trade union movement, is for us to listen to you. You listen to us. You tell us your challenges. We tell you how it will impact us. All of us will work out solutions that will help you and help us. so that you do not suffer and Nigerian people do not suffer. But when you run away from the table, that creates situations where people begin to act on the basis of impunity. So, we will not impose, but we would want it reduced drastically. We want it reduced drastically. Let us be reasonable about the tariff increase, because it has implications for livelihoods. Governance is about people. It's about welfare of Nigerian people. And so if 50% is very high, okay, when we show them how it's going to affect our people, and we say, okay, why not you take probably 15%? Why not you take probably 16%? Who negotiate? And they say, no, it will be like this. And at the end of the day, there will be trade-offs, and we'll build a consensus. And we'll say, okay, this is what we have arrived at. This may not be what we want, but we're going to accept it. That is the way it is done. That is the way it's done in reasonable societies. In societies where stakeholders, where institutions, where regulatory authorities are respected. In societies that work, that is what we're asking for. We're not suggesting that the telecommunication companies should collapse. But Nigerians should not be the ones to collapse. That is the truth. Nigerians should not be the ones to die because telecommunications companies must make profit. No. Whatsoever that will kill Nigerians, we will kill it first. So they are here to serve us. We are not here to serve telecommunication companies. Telecommunication companies are operating because Nigerians are here. So it is for us. We want them to serve us, but we don't want them to kill us.
You've spoken very well, Comrade Chris. We want them to serve us. We don't want them to kill us. But thank you so much, Comrade Chris, for your time this morning on The Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
All right, that's how we bring it to a wrap here on The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We hope you stay tuned for more.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together. I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage, actually, to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself, so there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Shomuiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 15, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Hello there, welcome to the Business Day exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today I'm in conversations with Ms. Adaora Ayoade. She is the MD, CEO, and lead coach of EZ37 Solutions Limited, and she has over 30 years of diverse industry experience in HR and management consulting. She's a professional coach focusing on executive and strategic leadership. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Great to be here.
Awesome. Very lovely to be speaking to you today, and you look awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let me start by asking, how did you, find yourself in this field of, professional coaching, and what are some of the impacts that your time on this job, what are some of the impacts that you have recorded?
Interestingly, the way I found myself in this space was based on a request from a multinational client who recognized they had a need for coaching in their organization and reached out to me. And really that was where the journey started and my whole interest and passion in coaching began. Now, with regards to the impact of coaching and the achievements recorded in the many years that I've been in this space, I would say that I'm increasingly and really very grateful to Almighty God, because there have been so many numerous achievements along the way that I struggle to think of which one to actually name as the greatest achievement. From being the president of ICF Nigeria chapter. ICF is the International Coaching Federation, which is the leading and largest body of professional coaches globally. So from being the president of the Nigerian chapter to being the global co-leader for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for ICF Education.
Fantastic.
Thank you. To being featured in Forbes, to having co-authored, the very first book on professional coaching in Nigeria, which is, coaching from the African perspective, to having received awards, leadership award, and most recently a Coaching Excellence Award. There have been so many achievements, and even the testimonials I have received from numerous organizational leaders that I support, multinational organizational leaders, who talk about the impact that coaching has had, not just on their personal lives, but even contributing to the success of their professional lives and, towards the impact in their organizations. When they talk about how coaching has led to and contributed to success in their organizations and the ROI that they were expecting, having received that, it's really been huge achievements for me and very rewarding. I would really say that the greatest achievement would be serving as a CEO of EZ37 Solutions. We are one of two accredited organizations in Nigeria by the ICF. And so being able to support thousands of individuals all over the world to transform lives, to impact organizations really has been the greatest achievement. So really it's being the CEO of EZ37 Solutions and working with really incredible team members. That has been my greatest achievement.
Fantastic. So what role do you think that coaching plays in organizational and individual transformation in general?
So Lizzie, we're in a very fast-paced world, and we really cannot bring the knowledge of yesterday to solve the ever-changing problems of today. And so for individuals, coaching unlocks their potential. It really helps them to have a growth mindset, to really consider creative and innovative ways to find solutions to a number of challenges that they may be facing. Sometimes they have, obstacles they have to cross, and they're looking for ways to be able to do that. So coaching unlocks the potential of individuals, untapped potential. It unlocks that. And then for organizations, you find that, coaching really supports in improving performance. Organizations have goals that they want to achieve. And so coaching supports in enabling the achievement of those goals and creating a very enabling environment for people to really thrive and to feel engaged and to contribute towards the success of such organization. So culture transformation, leadership transformation, clarity, change, courage. There's so many benefits that coaching provides for individuals and the organizations that they serve.
Yeah, fantastic. And but speaking of leadership transformation, what are some of the areas that you have seen in your time working as a professional coach? What are some of the areas that you've seen leaders lacking in?
So interestingly, self-awareness. Lizzie, a number of leaders are, they may feel, I know myself, so they may have the internal self-awareness, but the external self-awareness is lacking sometimes. So coaching really enables them to have a better perspective of how their behaviors are being viewed and, perceived and received. So I think self-awareness is a huge one. I think decision-making is another key one. You find that strategic leadership, being able to have that strategic mindset, is another area of need. And then, of course, emotional intelligence, Lizzie. Emotional intelligence. Sometimes you find that, people are dealing with things from different angles, and how do they navigate but still, maintain the front that enables people not to sort of run away from them because they feel this person is going to explode. So emotional intelligence and resilience. Yeah.
Awesome. So what areas do you say that individuals must pay more consideration to as they grow?
So individuals, generally, I would say there are a number of areas individuals should pay attention to, and some of which I've just spoken about, because we are all leaders in different capacities. We're all influencing individuals or organizations in one way or the other. So we need resilience. We need resilience. We need to have that change management mindset. We need to pay attention to having a growth mindset. We need to work on our emotional intelligence. We need to work on our critical thinking skills. And sometimes people have these blockers. Some people call it obstacles, things that get in the way. And coaching helps them to, in that safe, non-judgmental space, it enables them to look beyond those obstacles to identify solutions that they may not even have realized was within them. So, these are some of the areas that people, individuals, leaders should pay attention to.
Fantastic. So knowing full well about the importance of coaching and all of these things you've said, are there sectors in Nigeria that need urgent coaching attention?
That's an interesting one, Lizzie. I think I would say almost every sector in Nigeria could really benefit from, coaching and coaching interventions. In particular, sectors that there's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of, high targets to be met. Such sectors could actually really benefit from coaching because they're looking at ways to think creatively, to come up with novel and new ways to stay competitive. So you find sectors like finance sector, very fast paced. You hear people having some targets and you're like, this is interesting. So financial sector, oil and gas, you have, telecommunications, FMCG, sectors where they really need leadership development. They need improved governance. They need effective policies and programs. So across various sectors, coaching is needed.
Good. So would you say Nigerians are engaging enough in the areas of coaching? And what would you say are some of the best practices that will make, Nigerians thrive when they adopt coaching? I don't know that generally people employ professional coaches. It seems to be like something that is very elitist, like, oh, have I finished eating and I want to employ a professional coach? So what would you say are some of the best practices that Nigerians can actually adopt in terms of engaging with professional coaching?
So I would say that, the awareness of coaching is growing in Nigeria, and I really want to applaud BusinessDay and the efforts being made to create the awareness around coaching, because there's still a lot of room for people to recognize the transformational impact, the benefits of coaching. And when you say it's seemed as elitist, there's a lot more democratization of coaching. People are embracing coaching at different levels of organizations, or even entrepreneurs, even individuals, not just businesses. I would say that I spoke about the International Coaching Federation earlier.
Yes, you did.
And they are the gold standard. Now, I am an ICF professionally credentialed coach, right? I'm certified by this gold standard. My organization is also certified. We're accredited by the International Coaching Federation. So really, when we're thinking about how does anybody ensure that the standard is maintained, is to engage with organizations like ourselves, EZA 37 Solutions, who have a promise to ensure that we consistently maintain, world-class standards and employ best practices in what we do when it comes to coaching. So we're offering coaching to organizations and individuals. We also offer pro bono coaching opportunities to organizations and individuals. So we're making it accessible. So when I talk about the democratization of coaching, it's real.
So finally, you've spoken about the work that EZ 37 Solutions is doing, which is amazing. So for someone who probably wants to venture into professional coaching, not just the people who want to use your services, what would you say are some of the traits they should see in themselves before they say, you know what, I think I should venture, I think I could reach out to EZ37 to coach me? What are some of the traits they should look out for?
Somebody who wants to be an agent of change.
Okay.
If you want to be an agent of change, if you want to make an impact in your world, if you truly want to show up as an authentic contributor to making the world a better place, that's what you need. We will then, being a coaching institution, we will then support with the skills, with the competences, with the mindsets, with the tools, everything that's needed. Having that passion, having that desire to be a change agent, to bring about sustainable change. And our world needs more change agents. So I think with that, you've got all you need to get started.
I think you've said it all. I mean, you literally just said just being the person who wants to be a change agent. And I think everyone should want to be a change agent. I want to be a change agent.
Beautiful.
I'm a change agent, so I think it's fantastic. I want to really commend you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
And I hope that we keep seeing, this impact that you're making every day. We keep seeing it around our world, in Nigeria and even beyond. So well done, ma'am. And it's lovely talking to you.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's been a pleasure speaking to you too. Thank you. And I truly appreciate BusinessDay for creating this vibration around coaching. Thank you.
Absolutely. So there you have it. I've just had a very enlightening conversation with Mrs. Adora Ayoade on professional coaching. It was indeed very remarkable. We hope you keep watching Business Day. We are on all social media platforms at Business Day NG. Thank you for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Day TV. I am Kemi Michael. Now, stop motion has been an age-old form of animation, and in Nigeria, it has been very unpopular. And I know you're wondering what stop motion animation is. Well, wonder no more. I have Esther Kemi Gbadamosi, CEO of Radio City, right here with me.
All right.
Thank
you very much. Yeah,
welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. God help me now. Help your boy now. I did try now. Because this also no be pure water.
So tell me, what is stop motion animation?
Stop motion animation is the movement of physical objects, in time. That's unlike 2D and 3D, that's done in the digital space, on your PC. Stop motion is done physically. That means you move a physical object, but you move it frame by frame, in the space of time. So in practical, you take your camera and then you take one shot at a time, So if you have to move your hands from here to here, you just move it in bits. And then, take this and take the shot, take this and take the shot and take the shot. And then the eyes, the illusion of movement just occurs when you put all the frames together. So it has a sequence. The sequence of frames causes there to be movement. So you do this, in creating a story, obviously you have lots of movements. And so, that's all that you put together. So you have lots of shots, to make up scenes and then, of course, to make up a film.
That sounds really exhausting.
Well, yeah.
But why did you choose stop motion? I mean, you could have used, as you said, the 2D and 3D tools on the internet right now. Why not use those? Why stop motion?
I'm not sure I found stop motion. I think stop motion found me.
Okay.
I used to be a 3D animator. I was a 3D animator for about 8 years. Then I got married, had kids, and then I couldn't cope with 3D anymore. And then, at the point where I was really trying to figure out what I needed to do, I started, putting their toys, the children's toys. And, I had this Spider-Man that I would, have the Spider-Man poses kind of thing. And because I liked the poses so much, I'll take a picture of it, and then I'll do another one, then take a picture of it, that kind of thing. And, when I put the sequences together, there was interesting movements. And after that, I worked on short sequences, basketball sequences, all of that. And they were quite interesting, until 2019. This was 10 years ago, this year, and 2019, I decided, okay, let's work on something, just something very short, about a minute long. It was just some sort of mannequin we used. And we just told this story, simple story of the past situation in Nigeria. When we were done, we submitted it to festivals, and here was different festivals, all over the world. And we're like, whoa, it was just about a minute, and that was it. It was like, we can do something better than this, let's do something else. And so that's how we made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films so far, like that. So it's essentially stop motion finding me. I'm not sure I found it, because at the point I started it, I didn't even know what the name was, but it seemed like something I could use to express myself. I could tell my stories. I had done documentaries in the past, so I wasn't new to filmmaking. I had made short films. I'd won awards doing documentaries. So we're doing it on a sort of big scale. But then, this was animation, which was something that was really dear to me. It was kind of like a side thing. I think it was a side thing till COVID. COVID was what made it become up and center for me. It's suddenly becoming something that was way beyond, our local space, and going international, has been something that has come some sort of a surprise. But then, yes, I love the process. So yeah.
I see that you were made fellow at the Berlin Ale.
Yes,
Please tell us more about that.
Oh, okay. Last year, for the first time, Berlinale, what they do is every year, being one of the biggest festivals in the world. After Sundance, Cannes, you have sort of like Berlinale, and they pick 200 filmmakers, every year. So for the past 22 years, they have picked 200. And so usually you have maybe 1, 2 Nigerians, sometimes 3, that filmmakers that are, very high profile ones, that they pick. But last year, for the first time in animation, they picked me, as a Benali talent. So I was in Berlin last year, and it was sort of like out of this world experience, for someone who was even for Benali, it's a film festival, a film festival that has almost 500,000 registered, attendance. So it's huge, so even for them, animation is a little bit not their usual thing, but, having to bring in someone from animation, I really needed to find my feet there. Among the talents, I think we're just probably around 5 of us, that were from animation. And so we really just had to find ways to connect, and which was fantastic, for all the other things as well. And so what that did was it gave me the opportunity to be able to apply last year, towards the end of last year, for fellowship. Now, what happens is that of the 10,000, there are about 10,000 talents now, because it's been over 22 years of picking 200 people. So they have the opportunity to apply for fellowship. You understand? It's a partnership between Benali Talent and MasterCard. So now, if you have a project that you want to push, you just needed to apply for it, and they picked only 2 people. So it was crazy that, so I applied. I'm not sure I was thinking they would pick, but as far as I was concerned, they can only pick if you apply. If you don't, your chances are 0. And so I applied. I was really shocked, in January when I saw congratulations. You have been said. I was like, did they pick many people? Because that was my first thought. Maybe they picked many people this time. Only to find out that we're just 2 that they picked. It was very humbling experience. Because it took things to another level completely.
Yeah.
For someone in stop motion, completely unknown field. In Nigeria, even internationally. There's a fight for us to be able to have space. When Pinocchio won Best Animation last year, it was a big deal for us, considering there's a stop motion animated film, and so it's everything we get. It's huge. And so when Benali gave us that, focus front and center, it's that was all that was in my head, that look, this is a big deal for us.
Kind of is.
Yes, it is. It is a big deal because, it gave us the opportunity to have conversations, with lots of people that were really interested in seeing Africa, because stop motion is also not so big in Africa, seeing Africa develop in this light. Because to be honest with you, I think that stop motion is the perfect medium for us in Africa. Why do I think so? Because we don't have too much equipment, and all of that tech thing. Stop motion doesn't require so much. You don't need to have a high-end PC to do stop motion. All you need to do is to have that creative ability. You need to be artistic, you need to be able to sculpt, because at some point we started making our puppets. We didn't have to use the objects we were using at first. I think we did that in our first 3 films. By the time we got to the 4th one, we made our puppets from scratch. So virtually everything you see was made, artistically like that. And so, for us, us having that opportunity, I think it will open the eyes of a lot of young people that probably maybe went to Yaba Tech. You understand? They can draw, they can paint. You understand? Stop motion is just the movement of what they are doing. You're already, just moving it. It requires a lot of patience, but patience is free. You understand? It's not something that you need 500k to buy patience. You understand? It's just something you really need to sort of discipline yourself to do, and somehow that's really essentially what we've done. You just need to be patient with it, bit by bit. And as we make each film is better than the previous one because our skills are improving.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, and then of course with more exposure, having the opportunities to go to different festivals, different studios. I've been to some of the biggest studios, worldwide for stop motion animation. It's just because it's a field that we're not too many. You understand? So quite a bit of opportunities, also in that light. And so yeah, it's something really exciting for us, and we actually look forward to pushing it even more.
Now, speaking about being unpopular, I'm talking about stop motion being unpopular here in Nigeria and Africa at large. How exactly did it feel when you started, seeing as you did not have anybody to show you the ropes in doing it?
Okay, well, in the beginning, it didn't make sense. I think that was our first goal. It didn't make sense to people around us. It didn't make sense to, friends or whoever it is that saw that that's what we did, So yeah, in the beginning, it was kind of like, it almost felt embarrassing sometimes, when you're dealing with objects and just trying to move them around and people not understanding what exactly this is and all. Yes, so yeah, we experienced a lot of difficulty. You could imagine that we had zero support. But I think that seeing that, I knew that if we could make it make sense, we'd have an opportunity. I knew that I didn't have all the skills at the time when I started, so there was no way I could instantly prove that it was a viable means of making films. Not that animation is film, so people needed to see the film capacity in it, and it was going to take a while for us to be able to do that. From first film to second to third, I think when we won our first Best Animation Award, it clicked to people that, you understand, this stuff might actually be making sense. And then we got a nominations in Afrif, AMA, all of the major festivals, in Africa and all. So it was okay. Wow. Okay, yes. So this might make sense actually. So it's being able to, we've been to all of the major labs, DLA, DFM, CTIAF, when Nigeria was going to MIFA, that's 2 years ago now, and that's the biggest animation festival in the world, and we wanted to pick our project one, overall. So it's just been, so it's been a journey of trying to also prove, that this is viable, and so yeah, we did keep our expectations low, and I think that helped, us to be patient enough to just ensure that we just continue to work. It was hard. It was always hard to have resources to be able to make the films, but we tried to find a lot of things that were available locally, things we could find. Yes, there's some things we couldn't do without importing, but they weren't the very expensive stuff. We just tried to make it was more like use what you have to get what you want. If we knew we couldn't do something big, so we just do the small bit of it, just to ensure that we show up, that kind of thing, instead of just complaining that we don't have support, we don't have this, we don't have. When people see what you have already done, you understand, it speaks louder than when you complain about what your situation is. And I think that essentially has been, what it was, from that time where, it didn't make sense to now that it's making a bit more sense.
Okay, now I understand that a lot of people do not know about this, and if you've seen us, you've gone through a lot of challenges to get here. Would you advise people to get into it?
I would gladly do. I feel that we're just scratching the surface right now. It's this huge opportunity, not just in stop motion, in animation. Animation also is still small here. And statistics, global research has shown that in the next few years, this might be the biggest, this part might produce the biggest animations in the world, say in about 20-30 years. So you can imagine the process there. Nollywood has not become what it is in one day. It took a few years for us to go to cinema and then want to watch Nollywood films. At first, we would all go and watch Avengers, that kind of thing, or Black Panther. And then now, you would go there and you would happily watch Nollywood films. So it was that journey, and that's essentially the journey animation is going through now. We may say that it's not the most viable, but this is what our children watch at home. You understand, and all of that. So naturally, it will grow, and the world knows that, and everybody's sort of like trending towards Africa. Disney just produced their first African, set of films to show that Africa does need to be represented on the global stage with our stories. So everything is kind of like trending towards Africa. So right now, positioning is key.
Yeah, we have to tell our own stories ourselves.
If we don't tell our stories ourselves, they will tell it for us. Naturally, that's what will happen. So people need to, artists, people that already have this flair, need to position themselves now. And it may not look very favorable. It may not look, because, you don't have all the attraction and nobody's shouting your name or your work or anything like that. You really have to sow the seeds, and I think it's a good time to come in, before the highlights come, so that you'd be in a good position to be, people will say, okay, we want to give an opportunity to a studio. We want to give an opportunity to people to be able to produce, African stories and all of that. And then, they're not going to go to somebody's house and go and say, okay, we figured out that you might be the person. No, you need to be there already, and I think I'd gladly, because I hear people say a lot that stop motion it's hard, it's difficult and all of that, but it is possible. It is possible. I never really had that thought about it being difficult. I was always so excited, to be able to work on a project, and because I knew that, I didn't need so much to start. I just, as I get funds, I put in, from other things I do. But then the whole idea is that I start with the aim of finishing. Sometimes it takes a long time. I remember a particular one of the films I worked on, because most of that film was me. I animated the entire thing from beginning to the end. And I remember that while working, I had a group of people that were supposed to work with me throughout the film. And after a while, they kind of got frustrated. It was taking too long. It was a really short film. But we did it in 7 weeks, just production. Every day. I remember that I would be there first thing in the morning and out there till late in the evening, animating. Some days that are really good, I probably have maybe like 2 seconds, or 3 seconds of animation that worked. And the days that are bad, I have 0, because while I was animating, the character fell. And then I have to start all over again, that kind of thing, because once the shift movement is a lot, I can't find that spot anymore. So if to make sure that the quality is good, I have to start all over again, that kind of thing. So yes, it was there, but then when I think about it now, with the benefit of hindsight, I see that it was worth it. For you to start, it's not heavy on costs. I think it will really be a good opportunity, particularly people that already have the natural talent. Yeah.
All right, that's beautiful. Now, what are you doing towards helping the stop motion animation industry when it comes to bringing up people to learn it? That's
probably, the biggest thing that we're doing right now. Because the truth is that for us to move to the next level, there definitely needs to be a lot more people involved in stop motion. We obviously not stopping with short films. We want to do series for children. We want to have more children content, in stop motion. Stop motion is perfect for preschoolers. Most of our preschoolers watch, content from the US, from the UK and all of that. You don't have too many African stories, there. And so we want to be able to do that. We also want to work on a feature film at least, and so we figured out that we need more hands. It can't just be us, all of us, being self-taught and all. And so we figured out that we needed to work on a school. And that's the Radio City Stop Motion Animation Academy, just for stop motion. And so we would be bringing global experts, people from, some of the bigger studios that have done really successful stop motion animated films, to come and teach, our local talent, which we have quite a bit. That's one of the things that makes me so excited. The fact that we have people that when I see their talent, I'm like, my own talent is learning work here. this is raw. This person was born with it. The person doesn't have exposure to the skill, to the training, professional training that can actually harness that talent to be able to do this stuff. And so what we want to do is to bring global experts to talents, and with that, we'd have the opportunity to be able to make more films because there are more hands, that kind of thing. And we can be part of something historic, in that sense. Because for us to be able to produce a good, high quality, very good story as well, animated film, from Africa, stop motion animated film, that would be something.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that there are different types of stop motion animation.
Yes.
Because while growing up, at least I was exposed to little of it, but I didn't know that was the name then. There was the one with puppets. There was the one where we had to mold with clay and then move the pieces around. We didn't know it was stop motion, but we just knew we're acting drama, more like. So what type do you use? Is it all of it? What type do you teach as well?
Well, the type I use, most now would be puppetry. That's molding the puppets, creating them using silicone and aluminium. So we use aluminium for the core, that's the bones, because it's a dead metal, and then we use silicone. It's very flexible. We cast it over it. So we start with clay to create the original mold. We're trying to sort of transit to 3D printing, but yes, once we create that and we have the silicone on top, it becomes animatable. So we use puppets. Now we're exploring other mediums like wood, and paper. But at the moment, puppetry. Puppetry.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Lego is a stop animation.
Yeah. Yes, it's also a medium at which stop motion animation is made.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there was a point I did consider using Lego, but it was at that point. This is way back now. Says maybe some 8 years ago or something. It was very expensive for me to invest in Lego. Yes, till now I still have quite a bit of Lego, but it wasn't enough to start what I wanted to do and all of that. So so the Lego thing died there. And then also there was also the fact that I wanted something original. I didn't feel that Legos quite represented
the African story.
Yeah. Exactly. I think that just explains it. It didn't quite. I need something that was really organic. I'm excited when time we want to make a film and we go out into the bush and we're trying to find jungle elements that are in very small scale. There was a point we were looking for very dry grass because we're trying to create, the northern, we're trying to do something on terrorism and all of that. So we wanted to create that northern landscape, like that. And so we knew that the grasses were very dry, but it was very hard to find here. So before we found some really dry grass, it took a while, but we found it somewhere. The people there were wondering why we were using scissors to carefully, this is, we're carefully cutting it so that we retained the integrity of the grass and the formation and all of that. And they were wondering because the way we were cutting it looked like something of value. So they now came and they were like, no, we'll pay. Okay, we said no problem. They should come and if we are going to pay for it, then you should help us cut it. Yes, they were not ready to do that. So they just left us because obviously it was useless to them, but then it didn't cost us anything to get that grass. Perhaps just our time and the effort, because it took us quite a number of hours to cut it bit by bit, but it was very good grass. Till today, we are really proud. This is some years back, of that grass that we got like that. So it's essentially getting those elements that represent us, and we also had this thatched roof we wanted to do, and so we had to get hay for the like village huts kind of thing, and of course to get clay for the hut, all of that. Those are our own things. It's not really like Lego.
Yeah, not at all. Lego is like plastic.
Lego is plastic, So those are the things that. So we want to continue to explore that and push those very organic things that represent who we are and our culture, over and above, trying to just find things that look good, like that, but don't quite represent. Because eventually it's cultural, it's us pushing our stories, pushing who we are, not just to us, because sometimes we may not fully appreciate who we are because we see it all the time. But to a more international audience, it's also interesting for us. It was interesting for us to see that, we could get, or we had international interest, much more than we did have local.
National, yes, true. What has the acceptance of stop motion animation in Nigeria been like?
Okay, well, it started really slowly. It's in the beginning.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines. As we approach the middle of the second month, we already see global trends that seem to be shaping 2025. These are not in any way judgments, nor is one endorsing these factors. Rather, these are observations that can help in understanding recent developments, especially in the business world, and knowing what to expect and how to respond depending on the context. Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights, where we look closer at the main business headlines. In Nigeria, lawmakers approved 54.99 trillion naira in government spending this year in a revised budget, raising spending by 9%. President Tinubu also met with Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, in France to discuss a strategic partnership which will advance Nigeria's role in artificial intelligence and digital innovation. Tinubu is proving to be the most business-friendly leader Nigeria has had as he progresses critical reforms and business alliances. Tinubu says he is exploring partnership opportunities with Google, focusing on enhancing scalable cloud infrastructure, equipping the workforce with essential skills, promoting AI innovation and research, driving cloud adoption, and elevating Nigeria's standing in the global technology landscape as a hub for innovation and AI transition. Singapore's GDP expanded by 4.4% in 2024, also the fastest print since 2021, and after expanding 1.8% in 2023. In Q4, gross domestic product grew 5% year on year, also higher than the 4.7% forecasted. In the US, the major indexes closed higher yesterday as new inflation data and updates on US tariff plans allayed concerns around inflation and trade. President Donald Trump signed a memorandum to examine reciprocal tariffs on foreign nations, but added that tariffs would not be implemented immediately. Instead, the administration will study trade imbalances and later decide on which countries' imports should be subject to which tax rates. Donald Trump today kicked off a joint press conference with Narendra Modi by jointly announcing a framework to strengthen ties even further economically. This will include increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. In the US, we got the producer price index data yesterday, also termed wholesale or factory gate inflation, increasing by 0.4% on the month, slightly higher than 0.3% expected. If we exclude food and energy, the core PPI was up 0.3% in line with the forecast. The January wholesale inflation data confirms a hot start to the year on inflation. after Wednesday morning's higher than expected consumer price index print. In other economic news yesterday, the U.S. Labor Department reported that initial filings for unemployment claims changed little for the week ended February 8. Claims totaled 213,000, a decrease of 7,000 from the prior period, and also slightly below expectations. In the UK, barely escaping an economic contraction in Q4 gives a fleeting reprieve to Chancellor Reeves, who is now left with little alternative to presenting another politically painful fiscal correction in her spring statement on March 26. Of late, she has been pushing to recover the trust of the corporate sector, who were alienated in her autumn budget with a £25 billion increase in employers' national insurance contributions. She hopes to win the business community back by embarking on a deregulation drive and pro-growth agenda. To our main story, already in the early months of the year, we are observing many factors that are of increasing interest shaping the year, especially on the business front. These include global peace coming at a cost, a new normal of sticky inflation, the war on waste at all fronts, especially the public sector, rise of the BRICS and its alliance, the momentum seems to be picking up there, and a new intelligent age that could be a major game changer. We take these issues or these factors one by one. War rages often because the cost of peace is too heavy, but of late, far too many wars means millions of lives are lost, plus the cost of reconstruction of vast devastation is mounting to an unsustainable situation. Now there is a new sheriff. The strong man hopes to succeed in doing what the institutions could not achieve without the help of a stronger class monitor. The world wants peace, but will not always like the costs. Whether in the Middle East, Ukraine, Russia, there will be costs that will come after negotiations. The fairness on how costs are borne and how expensive concessions will be perceived will be a matter of perspective. The trend of peace, but at a heavy cost, means more spend on infrastructure reconstruction as entire cities are rebuilt. There's also a peace dividend from an economic perspective as commodity prices like oil see a lower risk premium. On inflation, the picture seems to be less clear. The trend is lower inflation indeed, but we are seeing some stickiness in underlying core inflation. In the US, we just saw CPI climb again to a 6-month high. New reciprocal tariffs will eventually come and take its toll. The Bank of England warned that higher costs of energy from gas means short-term pressures. Most jurisdictions now expect inflation not to come down to what is their normal levels until at best 2026. Corporations have no choice but to find new ways of shaving costs. This means in many cases rethinking completely how and where they operate and comprehensive remodeling to be more inflation proof. New digital innovation is targeted to get costs down. New skills are needed. All the new costs for higher paid staff and technology will be, of course, partially offset by massive layoffs. Those flexible to reskill and retool themselves will have the edge as companies invest in getting more from staff in a vastly different environment where new tools are increasingly available to revolutionize productivity. Countries that provide less costly and easier, more competitive business environment will have a strong edge in the ongoing recalibration of trade and reconfiguring of supply chains. The war on waste is not a new war. The concept of zero waste has spurred new business models to get significantly higher value from fewer resources. Assets now have extended life cycles and will serve more people at less cost with advancements in recycling models, sharing and renting, as opposed to traditional legacy ownership models. Increasing reusability and efficiency in extending the overall life cycle of materials. Almost every aspect of life, vehicles are more about mobility and convenience rather than ownership. Many routinely share accommodations. Cloud computing is a new norm that has radically transformed productivity in information technology assimilation. But the public sector has tended to lag behind, as COVID and other major public challenges led to sharper growth in size of government and eventually in inefficiencies in governance. The result from bigger government in a challenged geopolitical environment was larger deficits and higher debts, and the intense demand for support and aid to poorer countries, and less attention to waste, plus opportunities for corruption given the weaker oversight. It's not difficult to see how many would have taken advantage. Some argue that higher debts and bigger governments are justified. Others will be calling it a swamp and selling a different paradigm, drawing attention to a quicksand of waste. The war on waste has caught on in the public sector and will force new models in public sector service delivery as other countries copy the US Department of Government Efficiency DOGE initiative as an opportunity to transform and get more efficient digital enablement and better value for taxpayers' funds continues to drive a lot of these initiatives. The trend of rising BRICS and its alliance has been on for a while. What is different today is the much faster momentum. The dramatic effect of the breakthrough in AI by Chinese startup DeepSeek is but another of many signals that the shift in competitive edge no more favors the West. Market size, market growth, innovation and patents, and assimilation of latest digital technologies increasingly favor China and the rising East, while a divided West all of a sudden looks lumbered with old post-war structures that served well in the 20th century but no more fit for purpose. I can't say we fully understand the acceleration in development of the BRICS alliance and to what extent a more slothful Western alliance overregulated itself into an economic coma. The rise of BRICS alliance is an opportunity for continents like Africa with so much yet to be tapped potential, less developed nations that will prove they can play well on the global scene and can get a fairer share of the global trade pie as productivity improves. Africa must embrace a renaissance in revolutionizing its structures, and it can't be business as usual. Countries like Nigeria must boldly correct wasteful corruption, high inflation and insecurity to be able to exploit an opportunity to leapfrog with new technologies and demographic advantages. A rising BRICS alliance will still need to deal with the poor record in human rights, gaps in governance, corporate ethics issues, and less participative and accountable democratic political structures. The jury is still out on whether these structures are sustainable and how much will change or to what extent these issues will pull back these rising regions. Meanwhile, China's TikTok is now available on the US app stores of Apple and Google after the US postponed enforcement of a ban until April. More than 170 million Americans may be already addicted to the app, and DeepSeek is shaking US markets. Apple and rivals in the Chinese smartphone market are in a heated race to adopt the fast improving AI models, including those from DeepSeek and Alibaba Group Holding, and markets are paying attention. Finally, a new intelligent age changes the game. The issue of trust and higher costs may have held back faster AI advancements in the new digital age, but not for long, as we are getting breakthroughs in mass market AI, and corporates now seem to understand the need to move faster in this space. According to Accenture, in their vision on technology in 2025, business leaders are preparing today for an imminent world in which AI is everywhere and acting autonomously on behalf of people. Quoting their survey, new autonomy for AI also means new autonomy for systems and people and a refined relationship with trust. The study adds that opportunities will be lost unless business leaders secure enough trust from employees and consumers to engage with AI's unprecedented capabilities. Lower costs and pressures to be more productive is driving a faster assimilation of these new technologies. Market leader Nvidia's shares was up over 3% yesterday as signs of high demand for artificial intelligence infrastructure continue to support the stock. Global shipments of AI servers in 2025 will grow by nearly 30% year over year. Though a slowdown from a 46% increase in 2024, this is still evidence that this growth area is far from abating. Let us know what you think and if you see other trends, and I look forward to your comments. Asia Pacific markets are mostly higher, apparently tracking Wall Street gains overnight as President Donald Trump signed the reciprocal tariff plans, which delay imposing levies till after a study on trade imbalances. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. You can watch us on Business Day TV YouTube channel Monday to Friday at 11 a.m. West Africa time. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye. Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Well, this Global Labour Market Conference is really important because it's a place where all the different stakeholders from all around the world are coming together and can exchange views, can share best practices in the way labour market should be organized. So that's why it's really important. And we have about 5,000 participants from 100 different countries. So a major conference. And indeed, when you look at all the different challenges that labour markets are facing at the global level, but most importantly at the national level, there is a need to bring all those parties together to look for solutions. And when I'm talking about the main challenges of the labour markets, clearly you have the demographic shifts, you have the impact and the disruption coming from new technology to develop. We have, of course, the new relationship between the employees and the employers and the companies, and not to mention the use and the need for skilling, reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling the workforce. So as you can see, many topics to be discussed. And clearly there's an issue because labor market is a market, but it's not a perfect market. This is what we see. And the match between the supply and the demand is not optimal. That's why we have unemployment in many countries around the world. That's why we have people who do not manage to enter the labor market. Therefore, the level of inclusion also in the world of work is not as good as it should be. And once again, this is why it's really important for this event to take place, to bring stakeholders from all around the world and to address all those challenges. And more important, of course, to look for solutions. Well, the main challenges I see for the labor market at a global level, first and foremost, and I'd like to start with some good news, is that actually there had never been so many people at work in this planet as we speak, today. 3.2 billion people are currently working, around the globe. This is the highest level we have never seen. The level of unemployment is also rather low. So again, this is the good news. That the world of work might not be optimal. There still might be some issues, but as as I said, many people are now working, which is really good. The second key challenge for me is about demographics. As we know, there is a very strong imbalance between some countries or some regions in the world when it comes to demographic and the size of the working population. Some countries are already seeing their working population shrinking. Russia, Japan, Germany, the US, but thanks to immigration, they managed to cope for that. But for those countries, indeed, the working population is decreasing. While in some other countries, and of course there we have to look at Africa, because Africa has a very young population overall. So for most of the countries in Africa, we see an increase of the working population, which is a very good signal for Africa, because this is where the new year's talents will be coming from in the future. So that would be for me the second key challenge to discuss and to address. And the third one, of course, it's all about technology and the new technological development, creating disruption in the world of work, positive ones, less positive ones, I'm afraid. And of course, the buzzword on that one is all about AI, artificial intelligence. This is where the attention is now focusing, and rightly so, because we see already the disruption, coming from AI. Again, in a positive way, new jobs are being created, but we see also some jobs that will be destroyed probably in the future as part of the adaptation to this new technology. I would say that what we are seeing is actually the rise of the global south, as it is mentioned, of the BRICS countries in the broad sense. As you know, the number of BRICS countries, starting with Brazil, Russia, Indonesia, China, and South Africa. The number of those countries have extended now. The group has become larger. Actually, countries like Saudi Arabia are not part of the BRICS countries, which is really good. What we are seeing is that in the developed, you could say Western world, or the North, the global North, if I could say, you can see that in those markets, they are almost saturated in terms of consumption. You have as many goods and services that you want. So companies are now looking for emerging markets where they can sell their products and services. And this is why they are specifically turning to Africa, for instance, where there again, you have young population, growing young population. You still have some needs that must be, served. And therefore, this is why also companies are all offshoring their activities to Latin America, to Africa, to the Asian part of the world, because this is once again where the consumers of tomorrow will be or are already actually, and where indeed also it's important to produce locally for cost reasons and global supply chain management. So for me, it's very positive for the global south that indeed this is the market of tomorrow. This is the working population of tomorrow because once again of the young generation. And this is where, yeah, for business, it is the place to be because this is where, yeah, there will be some money to be made. Well, the answer to that question is very simple and it's three words: skilling, skilling, skilling. This is where we have and where the African countries have to invest. This is because it's nice to have a growing working population, but if the working population is not skilled, to answer the needs from the companies and from the private sector and the public sector too, yeah, this is not leading to employment, this is leading to unemployment. So clearly education and the skilling part is essential for Africa if they want to succeed, if the countries want to succeed in the future. So really important. The other dimension that Africa still has to deal with is informality, labor informality. And there are too many people not having a proper, labor contract to work, not being covered by a minimum level of social protection, not making enough, to make a living from a financial point of view. So there is really, really some efforts to be made there. And this is part of, regulating the labor markets in the different countries. Some countries are already well ahead for that. Some other countries might be lagging behind. But clearly, there is a need for proper regulation in Africa. And Nigeria is a very good example because recently Nigeria ratified the Convention 181 from the ILO on private employment services, recognizing the need for having private companies, employment and recruitment companies operating to facilitate the match between the supply and the demand of work. And this is going to improve the regulation, and not only the regulation, but the efficiency of the labor market in Nigeria. And I would strongly encourage some other countries from Africa to do the same, to make sure that the level of regulation when it comes to the labor market is as appropriate in order to support the further development of the economy. This is exactly what I call the great mismatch between the new expectations from the employees and the reality they face on the ground when they go to the workplace. And this mismatch is between indeed the expectations. Clearly, people nowadays, they want to have more autonomy, more freedom in the way they organize their work when it comes to the working place, but also the working hours, with whom and where they want to work. This is really a new expectation from the workforce and from the employees. If you look at the companies, some of them are fine with that, some of them are still reluctant and not fully willing to go into that direction. Hence the mismatch, the great mismatch as I call it. So yeah, there is a need to reconcile the two parts. Clearly remote working is there. It's not going to disappear. Let's keep in mind that it does not affect the full working population. On average, it's only about 40% of working populations in countries that can do some remote working. So let's keep in mind the 60 remaining percent. Those are people who cannot do remote working because they work in a shop, they work on an assembly line, they work in a factory, they work in hospitals, so they have to be there to serve, the customers or the patients. I think, as I said, remote working is good. I don't believe in full remote working, people working from home 5 days a week. This is not good because this is killing the collective approach of work and the fact that, at work you need also to interact with your colleagues. This is where, innovation is. This is where you can develop creativity. So everybody stays at home, and do not go to the office any longer. This is not good. So the question is really a question of balance. What is the good balance between working from home, going to the office? Probably for me, I would say it's still important to go 3 days per week to the office and then having some freedom to organize, 2 days working from home. But again, let's be careful not to forget about the collective approach at work. Why are we working? First of all, to make a living, but also to meet other people, to have social interactions. And if everybody stays home, this is not possible any longer. So on that one, I have a bit of a balance and nuanced approach, but that's important. When it comes to AI will disrupt the labor market for sure, for the best and the worst. Let's say it that way. Clearly, jobs are going to be destroyed because those jobs will be replaced by AI. And you can think maybe of a lawyer, in maybe 5 years' time, everything will be done via artificial intelligence. We might not need lawyers anymore. The same for, I don't know, maybe musicians. Tomorrow the music will be created by artificial intelligence. But I'm not that worried about that because if you look at history, any new technological development has always created more jobs than it has destroyed jobs at the end of the day.
Last week, about 30 African leaders gathered in Dar es Salaam, the Tanzanian capital. They met with leaders of the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation, and other multilateral development financing institutions. Their mission? To deliberate on measures to improve electricity access for 300 million Africans by 2030. It was tagged Mission 300, and as part of the initiative, the World Bank is pledging $30 billion. Welcome, this is Economy and Market on Business Day Television. We bring you a comprehensive breakdown of activities that have affected the economy over the past week. I'm your host, David Olujimi. On today's show, electricity is the core focus with major emphasis on the renewable energy drive propelled by international donors. We've seen barrages of renewable energy donations from Solar Energy for All to the Nigeria DS program by the World Bank that saw the World Bank commit $750 million to renewable energy solutions for rural Nigerians. Then last week on the sidelines of the African Energy Summit, we saw the World African Development Bank commit a further $1.1 billion to electrifying Africa. This is apart from a $1.2 billion commitment they made to renewable energy programs in Nigeria last year. These programs are the Nigeria Desert to Power Program and the Nigeria Grid Battery Energy Storage System. Essentially, within the context of renewable energy, we've seen commitments of over $3 billion in the last 1 year. Whether these funds are tied to Mission 300 are yet to be spelled out. Also, the performance benchmark for assessing these funds in these initiatives are some of the information that we are yet to access. And on the show today, we have a guest who would help provide clarity to some of the nuances and context behind solar energy drive in Nigeria. On the show this morning, we have Oluwatobi Soyombo, who serves as the head of growth and business operations at Haven Hill Synergy Limited. Haven Hill Synergy Limited is one of the leading solar mini-grids companies in Nigeria. They've become quite synonymous with solar mini-grids in Nigeria as they've been able to electrify over 20 healthcare facilities across the country. I'm talking about hospitals, primary healthcare center, and most recently, the Ado Bayero Mall in Kano, where they had a solar mini grid of 1 megawatt, quite a lot. They were also impressively, Haven Hill was one of the 5 mini grid developers that signed a $72 million agreement with IFC, that's the International Finance Corporation, last weekend on the sidelines of the Africa Energy Summit in Tanzania. Thank you, Oluwatobi, for joining us this morning.
It's my pleasure. Good morning.
Okay, please, you would have to be audible a little bit so we can hear you well.
Yes, it's my pleasure, David. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, so let's get straight into it with Tanzania. That was quite a vote of confidence from the IFC. So what are your plans? What are the plans of Haven Hill going forward?
Thank you very much. So as we're an energy access company, and as you know, and as you also said during your opening monologue, energy access is a big problem in Nigeria. Between 80 to 90 million, maybe even more, people in Nigeria at the moment do not have access to electricity. And by that, I'm not even talking about those in the urban areas where supply is a bit intermittent. I'm talking about people who don't even have access to the grid at all. There are villages and communities spread across the country who are not even connected at all to the national grid. So as a company, our objectives are very simple: to connect as many people as we can in as many communities as we can across the country. So what you saw last week is a strong commitment and boost towards achieving that mission. So our plans going forward is to implement a strategy to increase the pace of energy access and close that gap as quickly as possible across the country.
Okay, so now I would want to understand the Nigeria DARES program. Your company is one of the few mini-grid companies, one of the few solar mini-grid suppliers in Nigeria that are working in tandem with REA, that's the Rural Electrification Agency, to achieve in line with this $750 million. This is a business show, so we like to talk about the figures. There's not a lot of publicly available information about the framework of this program. And also, follow up to that question is your company accessing these funds through a loan from our banks in Nigeria, or are the state government custodians of these funds?
So the DARES program,
I'll start from, I think that's the first question. So the DARES program is a World Bank funded initiative. As you said earlier, it's about 750 million. It has different components, but the three major components would be the solar hybrid mini grid, the standalone solar systems, and then the technical assistance component. So it's funded by the World Bank, but implemented by the REA in Nigeria, the Rural Electrification Agency in Nigeria. So it's designed as a subsidy for, at least a portion of that is designed as a subsidy for private companies that want to solve this big energy gap, that energy problem that we have across the country. So, I mean, and it's got a very, very big target. So, for instance, we are aware that they're trying to target about 1,225 mini grids and ensure that over 465 megawatt of new energy systems are delivered over the next 5 years. And that the DARES program is also an offshoot of the NEP, which came first. So the NEP was about $350 million, of which companies like ours also access that subsidy over the last three years. So, but over the last 5 years actually, and then that has come to an end. Then, so DARES has been launched, which is even bigger. So the framework is very simple. Companies are allowed to identify communities that do not have access to electricity. You build out your systems, and then you claim the subsidy. So that is the performance-based grants component. So there are different components under the mini grid grant, under the mini grid part of the DARES. So the PBG is one of it. So where you as a company are allowed to identify any community across the country and deploy your solar systems there, get them connected, build out the distribution network, and then roll out all of the electricity connections, and then you get paid an amount per connection. So, and that amount ranges between $400 to $600, depending on the kind of community, depending on the location of the community. And it is also, interestingly, designed to target the last mile connectivity. So, for example, if you are targeting connections that are in the maybe far north, like the last mile communities in any part of the country that you can imagine, especially the northern part, you will get the upper limit of 600. Whereas if you're targeting peri-urban communities close to maybe major urban centers, you would expect that your subsidy will be much lower than that 600. Now, that's the PBG component of it. There's also the minimum subsidy tender. So where companies, instead of choosing communities that they just want anywhere across the country, the government itself, the REA, already predetermined certain locations and certain communities, and they put all of that into a cluster and share the data, the energy needs in those communities, the details and the demographics, everything for those particular communities, and then invite companies to bid for those to be able to get the subsidy. So, and as the name implies, it's minimum subsidy tender. So the goal there is to find a least cost model of serving those communities. So if 50 companies apply, there's a high chance that the company that requires the least amount of subsidy will be preferred, just to make the entire initiative efficient. So, but there's also the solar home systems component as well. We don't play very much in that space, but it's also similarly designed. So where you also have a PBD component of that as well, where solar home systems companies across the country can also identify communities and areas where they want to deploy their systems to, and for each of the systems that they deploy, they get an amount per connection as well. So that's just a quick summary of the DES program. Now, to come to your follow-up question of whether our company whether we access loans through financial institutions, or maybe if this is just tailored towards the state governments. No. So the DES initiative is primarily aimed at private companies that have a mission of increasing energy access. So it's not to the best of my knowledge, it's not designed for state government or local governments to access. So, but like I said earlier, there's a component of it called the performance-based grant. So where it is based on performance. So it's not a government contract where you just apply and then you get awarded an amount, and like the typical government contract that we know. Instead, you are required to go and raise commercial capital, or use part of your own working capital to build out the systems. And once you've built them out, once you have delivered, you are then entitled to the subsidy. So it's and that subsidy is also designed, it's on a per connection basis. So the fact that you have this large solar plant also does not really entitle you to that subsidy unless you can actually show evidence of the connections that you have. That is, a connection will be equal to 1 meter. So for each customer that you meter, then the government pays that subsidy. So what we have done is that for our first portfolio, which we utilize the first subsidy regime called the NEP. So that for that one, we had to approach a local lender called NIDF, Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund, which is managed by Chapel Hill Denham. So we approached them, and we raised about 2 billion naira to be able to of course that's not the total capex, that's just the debt component. And then when we got the subsidy, of course it's an 8-year facility that has now even been repaid. So and that is the same structure for most of the companies that I'm aware of as well. So for instance, we've seen the.
So Toby, thank you so much for that explanation. It really brings a lot of clarity. I want you to just give us a brief breakdown of some measurable impact that let's say your company through the DES program has had on Nigerian communities. Can you share a specific success story for us?
Yes. So the DES program is just launching. So all companies are just going through the qualification process at the moment. But I can talk about impact generally. And since you asked about a specific story, there's a story that I like to share of a woman called Mrs. Blessing in a community called Kigbe in the suburbs of Abuja. When we got to that community, there was no business at all. We didn't find any micro business or anything. When they rely on other communities for basic needs, buying small grocery items and the like. So when we got there, once we built out the entire grid and set up our solar farm, we met this young woman who approached us and said she would love to start a grocery store, but she doesn't have the capital. And prior to this, now it was an idea that she had previously, but she just couldn't afford to set it up. And there was no electricity to even power a fridge to be able to sell cold drinks and the like. So what we did was that we seeded her with a fridge and some startup capital. And fast track 3 years later, we found out that almost all the young women in that community had the same desire as her. And not just that they had the desire, most of them, a number of them have now gone ahead to also set up, their own small business in their own way. And today, Mrs. Blessing is one of our commercial customers, and from just one fridge and a few biscuits and the like, she has now grown her a small business into something that she now lives off. Initially, she was a farmer, but now she no longer has to spend a lot of time on the farm now. So for us, we see that the power of increasing energy access into a community is quite transformational. It changes the entire social demographics of the socioeconomic landscape of any community. And we see this kind of story all across. I can tell you stories of barbers who had nothing before, but whom, again, as a result of being connected to the grid, now have set up a barbing salon, and in addition to that, have even grown that from just one clipper to multiple clippers, and even to the point of hiring new people within the community. We have stories of welders as well. Welding is something you cannot get done unless you have access to reliable grid. So with our presence in those communities as well, we now have multiple welders who have not only converted from their old inefficient systems, now have more efficient welding machines provided by us as well, but of course powered by the grid that we supply. So there are countless stories. We power over 3,000 small businesses across all of our communities. And if I have to, in fact, I can even tell you the story of a pure water factory. You would think that a pure water factory should only exist in a peri-urban or in an urban area. But I can tell you today that we have rural communities, extreme villages in Nigeria today that are currently powered. Pure water factories are currently powered as a result of, in fact, not only that, the guy, I remember when last time we interviewed him, I remember him telling us that it was because of our intervention in that community that actually motivated him to expand the capacity of his pure water factory. And he's one of our biggest commercial customers at the moment. So yeah, time will not permit me to talk about all of these stories, but this is the transformational power of energy access for any rural community.
Thank you so much. One question I would like to talk about. So captive power plant there are systems that are very associated with solar mini grids, basically. And over the past few days, experts in the line have been talking about how the government should start thinking of these captive power plants to address Nigeria's reliance on our unreliable grid. Our grid is basically unreliable. It crashes like once every 8K market day. So are there plans to... What do you have to say? Apart from the primary healthcare center, because I actually went through and I noticed that Haven Hill has quite a bit of footing in electrifying healthcare centers. How can you adopt this model of captive power plants to beyond just healthcare facilities to now help industries? Maybe we can have a chain of small-scale industries in communities like the success story you just talked about. Is there any plan to look for a model that can now scale up beyond healthcare facilities?
Oh, that's exactly what the plan is, and that is already in motion as I speak. At least for us as a company, that's a very big segment of the market that we are currently increasing our footprints in. You mentioned Ado Biorumo during your opening monologue as well, that we currently power. That's an example of a large scale. Medium scale, large scale is it would be way more than 1 megawatt, but that's an example of the differences that you're talking about between a 10 kilowatt system powering a primary care facility and a 1 megawatt powering an entire mall. Ado Bayero Mall is perhaps one of the largest malls in. We hear it's the largest, but depending on the metrics that you're using, the largest mall in Nigeria. So, and we are currently powering that with a 1 megawatt system. We also have in Farm Milk, which is manufacturing, which is also large, another 1 megawatt system, Farm Milk, based in your state, which is I think their primary factory for that region. So yeah, captive power plants I think are the future, especially for companies, manufacturing facilities, warehouses, etc., who have enough roof space or ground space to be able to set up the solar system. So I think that's the future. I think the future of the grid is decentralized. maybe it's about time that and countries across the world are recognizing this as well. The energy in itself, power generation in itself, started as a decentralized in a decentralized manner. It was much later. Fast forward a few decades later, that a large grid as we imagine today currently was. I mean, it was decades later, that we got what we have at the moment. So, but now I think the world is going back into companies designing power systems to meet their own specific needs, especially companies that are perhaps in areas where the grid is unable, where it's so expensive to extend the grid to them, or sometimes companies that just want to reduce their carbon footprint. I think the best way to go is solar, and we are currently speaking to a lot of these companies, and I think it's a big opportunity for them to tap into this. So we have gone beyond just primary healthcare centers or just 5-10 kilowatt systems spread across the country. It's now about captive power for large manufacturing facilities and the industries as a whole. And I think that you will see that the Electricity Act as well recently passed will definitely accelerate that going forward.
So before we round up, I want to talk about our high upfront costs. High upfront costs. So basically, solar systems basically have this high upfront cost, but there's a thing about their lower long-term expenses. And one question that comes up is the total cost of your project compared to like a gas-powered or diesel-powered plant. What's the comparison between your, let's say, like you mentioned, 10 kilowatt plant compared to a diesel-powered plant of the same capacity? What's the how do I describe it now? What are the cost differentials basically? Let's say over a 10-year period, setting up one and managing one.
Yes, I can tell you this. So the upfront costs might be high for energy companies like us. So, but for manufacturing companies and other companies that want to adopt solar, if you talk to the right people, I do not think that your upfront costs are going to be high, because what needs to happen, the convention at the moment is that businesses and households in Nigeria at the moment are themselves the power company, which is you go to a generator seller, you buy the generator, and then you fuel it with diesel, and then you start generating your own power. But you have no, as a manufacturing company, you have no business doing that. Instead of pouring $1 billion into setting up a solar plant, what you do is that you call a company, like Haven Hill Synergy or any other company that tickles your fancy. You call them, and then you sign a power purchase agreement. So they invest their own capital. We would bring it on our own capital, set up that solar system for you, and we only sign a power purchase agreement with you.
Okay.
And that power purchase agreement is supposed to then last for 20 years. So if you look at the cost, what you will spend over a 20-year period, it will definitely be cheaper than what you would have spent on diesel. And I can run it. I can go through the economics for you, but I can see that our time is almost.
Yeah, our time is far spent. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Toby Shuyombo from Haven Hill Synergy. It's great to see what you guys are doing, and for our viewers, we look forward to seeing and hearing from these companies and other renewable energy companies in Nigeria over the coming years. Thank you for joining us. See you again on Friday. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. Good morning.
It was the first year of getting married that I knew that we weren't meant to be together.
I want to be alive. I want to be there for my children. It's okay. And I think it was when I accepted and the realization of what could be if I stayed and what could after I left.
It takes a whole lot of courage actually to walk out of a marriage.
The relationship lasted like just 3 months, but the damaging effect of it was something I took into the next maybe 17 years. I always tell people you don't go through divorce and remain the same, and that's the truth.
When you come out of a divorce, or when you separate or come out of a relationship with someone, I think the first thing people ought to do is heal.
I had been harboring fear for 17 years and I didn't even know it.
I made calculations. Would I be able to do this? Would I be able to pay the school fees? Would I be able to, so I planned ahead. I literally didn't walk out of the marriage in anger or whatever. I had time to prep myself. So there was a bit of a soft landing for me.
I literally listened to every tape on divorce and what the church said. And it was when I got to the realization that God does not hate divorce, but does not hate the individual itself. Right? I had that acceptance to let go and say, yes, this is not working again. It's okay to walk away.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing.
but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to even reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I'm Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what news is making the headlines this afternoon. Federal government approves recruitment of 150 medical personnel for correctional centers. NECA seeks speedy labor law reform for workers. Rep emerged first aspirant to buy 50 million naira nomination form ahead of Anambra 2025 gubernatorial elections. TikTok returns to Apple and Google App Stores in the United States. Semi-automated offsite technology to be deployed in FA car. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has approved the employment of 50 doctors and 100 nurses to address the shortage of medical personnel in correctional centers across the country. This move aims to enhance healthcare services for inmates, ensuring they have access to proper medical treatment. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, revealed this in Abuja during a visit by Ali Mohammed Ali, the Managing Director of the News Agency of Nigeria, NAN. On that note, the ministry revealed that it has also secured presidential approval for the National Youth Service Corps to deploy medical doctors to correctional centers during their service year. Moving on, the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, has urged the federal government to accelerate the passage of the revised labor laws, revamping the National Labor Advisory Council to effectively protect Nigerian workers. NECA President Ifeanyi Okoye, speaking at the third annual Labor Adjudication and Arbitration Forum in Abuja, stressed on the need for reformed labor laws to provide a clearer, fairer, and more structured framework for employers, employees, and all stakeholders. He revealed that an efficient dispute resolution system is necessary to protecting workers' rights, maintaining employer-employee balance, and ensuring a fair labor market. To end the local news, a member in the Federal House of Representatives, Chukwuma Umeoji, representing Agwata Federal Constituency on Thursday, 13th of February, became the first aspirant to purchase the All Progressives Congress nomination expression of interest forms for 50 million naira. Expression of interest forms for the Anambra State governorship election. This was disclosed in a statement released by the ruling party on its social media handle. The form was picked by his representative at the party national secretariat in Abuja. According to reports, Umeoji was picked by the move, forcing him to dump APGA for APC after the Independent National Electoral Commission replaced his name with Soludo as the party candidate. And on the foreign scene, TikTok has returned to Apple and Google app stores nearly a month after a new security law forced its removal. The Chinese-owned social media platform faces being banned in the United States over national security concerns about the data it gathers on users. The popular video sharing app briefly went dark late on January 18, 2025 and disappeared from app stores to the surprise of users. The service was restored when new United States President Donald Trump began his second term and ordered a 75-day pause on enforcing the law signed by his predecessor, Joe Biden, and passed overwhelmingly by the Congress. And now to sports, the Football Association has announced that semi-automated offside technology will be used during the fifth round of the FA Cup. The FA also confirmed that following successful live operation in the Emirates FA Cup, the Premier League will look to implement this system later this season. Premier League clubs had unanimously approved the technology for the 2024 to 2025 season back in April, with an initial launch planned for October 2024. However, the rollout was delayed to allow for further testing. The technology was first introduced by UEFA in the Champions League at the start of the 2022-2023 campaign. These are the news making the headlines this afternoon. Stay tuned as we bring you more updates in a bit.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Well, this Global Labor Market Conference is really important because it's a place where all the different stakeholders from all around the world are coming together and can exchange views, can share best practices in the way labor market should be organized. So that's why it's really important. And we have about 5,000 participants from 100 different countries. So a major conference. And indeed, when you look at all the different challenges that labor markets are facing at the global level, but most importantly at the national level, there is a need to bring all those parties together to look for solutions. And when I'm talking about the main challenges of the labor markets, clearly you have the demographic shifts, you have the impact and the disruption coming from new technology to develop. We have, of course, the new relationship between the employees and the employers and the companies, and not to mention the use and the need for skilling, reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling the workforce. So as you can see, many topics to be discussed. And clearly there's an issue because labor market is a market, but it's not a perfect market. This is what we see. And the match between the supply and the demand is not optimal. That's why we have unemployment in many countries around the world. That's why we have people who do not manage to enter the labor market. Therefore, the level of inclusion also in the world of work is not as good as it should be. And once again, this is why it's really important for this event to take place, to bring stakeholders from all around the world and to address all those challenges. And more important, of course, to look for solutions. Well, the main challenges I see for the labor market at a global level, first and foremost, and I'd like to start with some good news, is that actually there had never been so many people at work in this planet as we speak, today. 3.2 billion people are currently working, around the globe. This is the highest level we have never seen. The level of unemployment is also rather low. So again, this is the good news that, the world of work might not be optimal. There still might be some issues, but as I said, many people are now working, which is really good. The second key challenge for me is about demographics. As we know, there is a very strong imbalance between some countries or some regions in the world when it comes to demographic and the size of the working population. Some countries are already seeing their working population shrinking. Russia, Japan, Germany, the US, but thanks to immigration, they managed to cope for that. But for those countries, indeed, the working population is decreasing. While in some other countries, and of course there we have to look at Africa, because Africa has a very young population overall. So for most of the countries in Africa, we see an increase of the working population, which is a very good signal for Africa, because this is where the new year's talents will be coming from in the future. So that would be for me the second key challenge to discuss and to address. And the third one, of course, it's all about technology and the new technological development, creating disruption in the world of work, positive ones, less positive ones, I'm afraid. And of course, the buzzword on that one is all about AI, artificial intelligence. This is where the attention is now focusing, and rightly so, because we see already the disruption, coming from AI. Again, in a positive way, new jobs are being created, but we see also some jobs that will be destroyed probably in the future as part of the adaptation to this new technology. I would say that what we are seeing is actually the rise of the global south, as it is mentioned, of the BRICS countries in the broad sense. As you know, the number of BRICS countries, starting with Brazil, Russia, Indonesia, China, and South Africa. The number of those countries have extended now. The group has become larger. Actually, countries like Saudi Arabia are not part of the BRICS countries, which is really good. What we are seeing is that in the developed, you could say Western world, or the north, the global north, if I could say, you can see that in those markets, they are almost saturated in terms of consumption. You have as many goods and services that you want. So companies are now looking for emerging markets where they can sell their products and services. And this is why they are specifically turning to Africa, for instance, where there again, you have young population, growing young population. You still have some needs that must be, served. And therefore, this is why also companies are all offshoring their activities to Latin America, to Africa, to the Asian part of the world, because this is once again where the consumers of tomorrow will be, or are already actually, and where indeed also it's important to produce locally for cost reasons and global supply chain management. So for me, it's very positive for the global south, that indeed this is the market of tomorrow. This is the working population of tomorrow, because once again, of the young generation. And this is where, for business, it is the place to be, because this is where, there will be some money to be made. Well, the answer to that question is very simple, and it's 3 words: skilling, skilling, skilling. This is where we have, and where the African countries have to invest. This is because it's nice to have a growing working population, but if the working population is not skilled, to answer the needs from the companies and from the private sector and the public sector too, this is not leading to employment, this is leading to unemployment. So clearly education and the skilling part is essential for Africa if they want to succeed, if the countries want to succeed in the future. So really important. The other dimension that Africa still has to deal with is informality, labor informality. And there are too many people not having a proper, labor contract to work, not being covered by a minimum level of social protection, not making enough, to make a living from a financial point of view. So there is really, really some efforts to be made there. And this is part of, regulating the labor markets in the different countries. Some countries are already well ahead for that. Some other countries might be lagging behind. But clearly, there is a need for proper regulation in Africa. And Nigeria is a very good example, because recently Nigeria ratified the Convention 181 from the ILO on private employment services, recognizing the need for having private companies, employment and recruitment companies operating to facilitate the match between the supply and the demand of work. And this is going to improve the regulation, and not only the regulation, but the efficiency of the labor market in Nigeria. And I would strongly encourage some other, countries from Africa to do the same, to make sure that the level of regulation when it comes to the labor market is as appropriate in order to support, the further development of the economy. This is exactly what I call the great mismatch between the new expectations from the employees and the reality they face on the ground when they go to the workplace. And this mismatch is between indeed the expectations. Clearly, people nowadays, they want to have more autonomy, more freedom in the way they organize their work. When it comes to the working place, but also the working hours, with whom and where they want to work. This is really a new expectation from the workforce and from the employees. If you look at the companies, some of them are fine with that, some of them are still reluctant and not fully willing to go into that direction. Hence the mismatch, the great mismatch as I call it. So yeah, there is a need to reconcile the two parts. Clearly remote working is there. It's not going to disappear. Let's keep in mind that it does not affect the full working population. On average, it's only about 40% of working populations in countries that can do some remote working. So let's keep in mind the 60 remaining percent. Those are people who cannot do remote working because they work in a shop, they work on an assembly line, they work in a factory, they work in hospitals, so they have to be there to serve, the customers or the patients. I think, as I said, remote working is good. I don't believe in full remote working, people working from home 5 days a week. This is not good because this is killing the collective approach of work and the fact that, at work you need also to interact with your colleagues. This is where, innovation is. This is where you can develop creativity. So everybody stays at home, and do not go to the office any longer. This is not good. So the question is really a question of balance. What is the good balance between working from home, going to the office? Probably for me, I would say it's still important to go 3 days per week to the office and then having some freedom to organize, 2 days working from home. But again, let's be careful not to forget about the collective approach at work. Why are we working? First of all, to make a living, but also to meet other people, to have social interactions. And if everybody stays home, this is not possible any longer. So on that one, I have a bit of a balance and nuanced approach, but that's important. When it comes to AI, AI will disrupt the labor market for sure, for the best and the worst. Let's say it that way. Clearly, jobs are going to be destroyed because those jobs will be replaced by AI. And you can think maybe of a lawyer, in maybe 5 years' time, everything will be done via artificial intelligence. We might not need lawyers anymore. The same for, I don't know, maybe musicians. Tomorrow the music will be created by artificial intelligence. But I'm not that worried about that because if you look at history, any new technological development has always created more jobs than it has destroyed jobs at the end of the day. Yes, jobs will be destroyed, as I say, or maybe it's even less jobs than tasks within a job. I think this is where the difference will be. Jobs will not be replaced. It's jobs or people that do not adjust and do not use AI who will be replaced in the future labor market. But if, as an individual, you are learning, how to use AI, you are really savvy, becoming, AI expert, well, your job will probably be protected. Probably 20, 30, 40% of the tasks you are performing today will be replaced by AI. But on the other hand, that means that you will have more time to really focus where you add value as a human being, again, in the social interaction, into the creativity part, into the innovation part, into the interactions with your colleagues. And this is really the essence of being a human at work, making the difference. And every task that will be routine, repetitive, then indeed will be replaced by AI.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kinta Kampala market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Shomuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kinta Adire Kampala market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880. It's now like 15,000. 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Good day, viewers. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is Social Listening. Today, we are hitting the street to find out what the public think about the sensitive issue of divorces prevalent in our society. Should matters like divorce be shared publicly, or should they be treated with more discretion, especially as a public figure? Well, let's hear what the streets have to say about this. Are you single or married?
I've been married for 14 years.
I'm married. I'm about to.
I'm single. What's your take on divorce?
Well, I will not have...
Is it okay?
It's not okay.
Should divorces be kept public or private?
Divorce should be kept public and private.
in two ways. One, if the divorce, let's say for instance, a man almost killed somebody. Should I mention name? There was a musician, I won't mention name, that died because of molestation, a Christian musician that was beaten till she met her death. She didn't leave the marriage, but she's dead. If you have gone out of that marriage, you would have also seen a way to take care of your children. That is the only one I support. Don't stay where they want to kill you. Please. Nobody should sit and be panicated as if you're a car that had accident. Okay, molestation, and you want to divorce, keep it private. How will a young one that is suffering the same fate know what to do next? That's why I told you, it can be this, I can. And if you're doing it because of promiscuity, you better shut up your mouth and do it quietly. We don't want to hear it.
Why do you think that there is an increasing rate of divorce these days?
I think people rush into marriage. Even when they see red flags, they do not care, probably because of peer pressure. Their mates got married, they want to get married. And also people that are already in marriage, not being able to compromise and tolerate their partner can cause divorce.
First of all, I think the major reason for divorce is insincerity. People are not sincere to each other. That is one. Secondly is competition, right? People like to compare themselves with others and also compare their spouse with others. You understand? And also, you know, that human syndrome of human wants and you can never satisfy all human wants.
I can't really say because divorce is not in my dictionary. I've been married for 14 years. I don't think I want to divorce anyway. But for those that are divorcing, there must be something that's making them divorce. It might be molestation, abuse, violence in the home and all that, you know. And sometimes you never can tell why somebody wants to divorce. If you come to the female part, maybe this man is not paying attention or not giving me enough money, or you're seeing another person outside that you will think you can impress you more than the devil you know at home. So I don't know. People divorce for so many reasons. There are so many reasons why somebody can divorce.
Well, the one thing I understand about this divorce is maybe for the man, okay, maybe the character the woman bringing is not quite okay.
With the increasing rate of divorce these days, do you think it has affected how the public perceives
It has marriage? It has, actually, because there are some of my friends that feel like marriage is not necessary, and it's because of what they see on social media. So it really has effects on, especially the coming generation. You see some of them saying, "Oh, I'd rather remain single than," and I know there's a good part to marriage. So I feel like people should get to see more of that. So it has a lot.
Well, yes, to a good extent, yes. It discourages people, especially young people. And you know, these days, if you ask, let me say, majority of young people, majority of single, they will tell you that most of them will tell you that marriage is a scam, because they believe they are seeing what is happening on the social media and the rest. So they will be like, if I enter marriage now this one I go to see. Do you understand? So it discourages people. That is just it. It discourages, especially young people. And if you look at it very well, you see that these days, there is high rate of, as in single people, they are more, like compared to before now. You understand? You know, before now, then you don't even need, as a young guy, you don't need to disturb yourself that you are of age. Your parent will just go and get wife for you and give you. You understand? And all those issues will be taken care of. But these days, you have to prepare yourself financially, mentally, and otherwise. You prepare yourself. And now looking at what is happening, especially this celeb of a thing, you are looking at so person. I don't want to call them sha. So person did this, like the one that happened yesterday. You know, somebody came up and the rest and the rest. So when they look at all those things, they will be like, I beg, might just enjoy my life as a single, as a single person.
So many people think marriage is an achievement. Some people want to marry and let it be that I'm married, or nobody will say I didn't see a man to marry, or I didn't see a wife to marry. People that are thinking about having elaborate marriage or having a marriage that is this is the best for the year. Look out for them. Give them time. Start counting. Because the way bitter cola sounds in the mouth, that's not the way it's sweet. Until you realize that what you have come here to do is to become half of this person, part of this person, and the person will accept that person's bad and good, and the person accept your bad and good.
It's not encouraging. If I have a brother that wants to get married at this time, this hardship, I think that is his own belief. I will not advise him that he should stop marrying. He should go ahead. Because I believe everything is going to be fine.
Do you think that public divorces, especially from public figures, do you think it inspires people to be more open about their struggles? Or do you think it inspires more people to go for divorces regardless of whatever situation they're facing?
I think any divorce that is public or private, as far as the divorce is based on two people separating based on their mental health, okay, we can't cope with this, we can't do, they're not, somebody wake up one morning and say, I don't want to marry again. Coming publicly to come and say, I am saying it, I'm not marrying again. Well, when you agree to marry, we are not there. Please keep it quiet, keep it on your own. When you say that you want to marry, you didn't tell us. It is when you now came to, for the wedding, you gather everybody, you wasted our time. That's what I'll call it. We came for the wedding, we buy Ashebi, we saw Ashebi, all of that. Then don't, if you want to divorce, in fact, they should be doing that. If people that you want to divorce, those who that came to your wedding, call all of them one by one. Let them go down when you're doing that divorce. Because I don't understand. It doesn't encourage anybody. Do you understand? The only thing I know that if somebody is being molested, being abused, you understand, and you come out and speak, and people will even help you and tell you, please, run away, run for your dear life. Because nobody wants to lose their child.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome everyone to another exciting edition of the BD Extra Show on Business Day TV. I am Anthony Udugba and we bring to you everything business of entertainment here. Today on the show we have another exciting guest here. His name is Bani Emodi, aka Bani Blockbuster. Nice to have you.
Thank you so much for having me, Anthony.
How are you doing?
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really fine. I'm pretty good. Yeah,
you look nice. Yeah.
Thank you. You look amazing as well too.
You know, it's always nice to I heard something about sharing compliments.
Yeah.
You know all this. When you're on Instagram these days, when they ask to read all this show, all this trying to do better.
Bro, if you post love, the other person will reply love, because you need to return all the amazing compliments.
Exactly. That's what I get that a lot. Thank you so much for having us, for coming here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. So we had you on our platform last week, and it was an exciting one for our readers as well.
Yeah.
Having you on as a profiling your career, your journey in the film industry.
Yeah.
I also would like to start from somewhere. Let's know Bani. I know viewers, I like to share something very important right now. I and Bani Blockbuster went to the same university.
That's beautiful. Which is like when you reached out, I was is this fate? Because me personally, I believe in fate. Like, everything happens for a reason. So I was supposed to meet you to actually build this relationship that we've had before, but now we're reconnecting.
Yeah.
You know, so brilliant. I went to the same school. We stayed in the same hall of residence. Yeah. There's no bigger story and beautiful memories than that.
Yeah, exactly. Because there are a lot of things that we shared. When we're going through that, we never knew we would cross paths like this.
Exactly.
If you had asked me back then that. Definitely, when we pass each other, we say highs and all that, eat the same bread or
good memories. Memories.
So recently, we got to the story we did on you. We got to find out that you studied math in university, and it was quite amazing. Where from mathematics to the film
Film
industry
industry,
to
yeah,
cinematography. Can you like touch on that to just try and briefly connect us to like that?
That part. Okay. So basically, my name is Barnabas Bani Emodi. I'm also known as Bani Blockbuster. I studied mathematics at Delta State University. So initially, when I was in school, like if anybody told me that I'll do film or I'll be in Nollywood, that's why I said no. Probably like I wanted to find something else to do in my degree. Probably like I've been like a data analyst.
Yeah.
Or probably like an information scientist. You get like other career paths, but like I really did not know that I was going to do film. You get, so which they're like, I also believe in fate. So I feel like studying mathematics prepared me for this journey as a cinematographer. You get, because trust me, there's quite a lot of mathematics used in cinematography and film generally, because you need to calculate the angles, you need to calculate the reflection of light, so many other things that maths is very, very important. Maths is absolutely vital to whatever work that we're currently doing. So I studied maths, and then after school, like I wanted to get busy basically. So before I saved Nigeria, and I reached out to a friend who was already in the industry, and thankfully he accepted me. And then that was how my journey started, you get. And thankfully, like I was able to go through quite, like, in short, you know when they say school go through you, or you go school.
Yeah.
So in short, I go through Nollywood go through me, you get, because I've literally been a part of like all the major departments, from production design to lighting to grip to costume to directing to, like, literally I've been there, and I feel like every of those experiences have prepared me for the cinematographer or the filmmaker that I am today. You get, I feel like every step was actually very, very important for me to become the filmmaker that I am now, because I'm literally well-rounded. Like I have a lot of information on every department, so it makes my work shine brighter. It makes me look good. It makes my experience beautiful, you get. So when I reached out to that friend, I introduced me, like I started from being like a puppeteer for an animation studio. So we made some fun children cartoons where like I operated the puppets, and it was fun. Like I was making quite some good money after leaving school, where you're literally not making any money at that point. But then I was getting some money. It might be 10K per day for like a 4-hour puppet show. You get, and 10K like in late 2015, early 2016. Imagine
that was like
that was really good at that point. And for someone that just graduated from school, so I did that for a bit. I was a camera operator for some events. I went to some film sets where I was also camera assistant, and then I was like a continuity manager for This Is It series. It was a popular YouTube series in 2016, directed by Lola D. So I did that, and then I did BTS for a couple of big films. So all these things, I was using it to grow my career as a filmmaker, basically. And then, of course, like I've always known, I was going to do cinematography when I got into the industry, because I was fascinated by pictures. Like
I wanted to ask that because you after doing all of that. The question I want to ask was, so after doing editing,
production design,
I think you mentioned something about the design of the
production,
So did you know that this was going to be like cinematography? Like this is what.
So when I discussed cinematography was still that late 2015. So I operated the camera for the first time. Late 2015, I was giving like tutorials or something. I was basically like fascinated. Of course, I've always loved films. My family, like we came from a heavy film background, like all the old Nollywood films, all the Chinese, Indian films that we used to buy, like DVDs, CDs, VHS tapes, you know, those kind of stuff. So we grew up.
Which one was your like favorite? Like?
I really don't do favorite, but then I feel like if we talk about like the TV and watching culture, you know, this Mexican this in telenovelas. I think I remember Paco del Deseo. You get, so stuff like, so we were like, when it's 4 p.m. or when it's 7 p.m, like the entire family would gather in front of the TV and then watch. We enjoy this show as a family. You can never take that away from a child. And then at that point, I never knew that I was going to do film, but I enjoyed stories. I enjoyed watching stories. I enjoyed love, drama, historical dramas, thrillers. You get, so basically we enjoyed, like we came from a very good film background, at least growing up. You get, so, and now finding myself in film was, which I tell you, like I believe in fate. So probably God has destined me to follow this particular path for me to get to this particular part. You get, and then in late 2015, when I left school, and then my friend You get, and I think he sent like a YouTube tutorial at that time, so that I should just study. You get, so at least it will give me like a platform for me to understand what is actually going on.
Yeah.
And then watching that tutorial, I got to discover about the way the camera works and how important the camera is on the film set. You get, so those are kind of like my building blocks, stuff that added value like to my life, that made me the cinematographer, that made me make that decision that, oh, look like you're going to study cinematography. And then I just left school at that point, so that reading culture was still in my blood. Like I was reading heavily. I just read mathematics, so there was no challenge. There was nothing that I wanted to learn that I wouldn't be able to learn if I committed to it. So I bought books, tutorials. I downloaded articles online, PDF files. You get, so studying about cinematography and how the camera works literally just made me way more fascinated and way more interested in this particular craft. And then I kept on building from there. You get, I attended master classes, all the tutorials I could find, any industry events that I could find that they were discussing about film or cinematography or the way camera works. Even if it's an acting workshop, like I was going to every single one because I knew what I wanted to do. And then I knew that like I needed to dedicate a particular chunk of time for me to get to any level that I wanted to. And trust me, everything paid off, because by the end of 2016 to early 2017, I was confident in my abilities, even if I did not have the opportunity to showcase that. Because you can never take away experience you get. So
I think the educational part of learning about the industry I want to go to is what most people should learn. They should try as much as possible to, like, study these things, even if you can't pay for like a film school and all that. I think this is basically part of self-studying and all that can help you. Well, let's go to Nee.
Oh, Mr. Nee.
Let's go to
Is my leader. That's what I
yeah, because according to your story, you mentioned that he was the one that basically like brought you to the industry and all that. So just tell me about the importance of having, because you mentioned something about him being like getting young
filmmakers
who have not tested the waters yet.
Exactly.
How was that important to you in your career?
It was vital, because so this was me that I was a young man without knowing my left from my right in this particular industry, but having someone that's been there, done that, guide you properly, someone that did not even know you from anywhere, but because he saw your dedication, you saw how interested you were in this particular craft. And then it literally uplifted me, like he elevated me. And that was because I was committed. You need to show that amount of commitment. So I told you, like the first time I met him, he was trying to organize like a filmmaking workshop for a short film that he was about to do. That was Room 315. That was in 2016, if I remember. And then he put out like a call online that, oh, if you're interested in this workshop, send an email or something introducing yourself and yada yada yada. And then I sent an email. Hi, Mr. Nee Akimola. My name is Barnabas. That I never be blockbuster, bro. And like, I just left school. Oh, I've done this, I've done that for the past few months, and then I'm trying to learn more about the industry. But I'm interested in being part of your production design team for your short film Room 315. And he read it. And then he accepted it, even if I know that maybe there might have been a lot of typos or I said nonsense in that email. But at least he could see like the passion,
the enthusiasm.
You get the enthusiasm you get. And then he accepted, and then I met him for the first time, and it was a really chill man. I don't know him from anywhere, but it was chill. It was welcoming. It was accepting. And then we got to work on Room 315, where like I was part of the team that built the sets for Room 315, because I was part of like the production design team. So and then on the eventual day of the shoot, I literally stayed behind the camera for literally the entire day. Like I was trying to understand. I'll be eavesdropping on the conversation between the director and the DP. Like I just wanted to learn. Like I was ready to give everything basically, and I feel maybe he noticed that, or he saw that, or probably maybe he might not have even seen himself during the set, because you know how chaotic being on set can be. But then it was a fun learning experience. And then a few months later, I think maybe late 2016 or early 2017, he put out a call for a documentary workshop that he needed like 5 things, but then like you need to submit like a video presentation with your team saying the kind of documentary you wanted to do, and if you're selected, you get 200,000 naira from him, and you guys can go and make your documentary after the workshop. You get so, and I met a few of my friends, and then we created a team of 3, and then we canvassed for vote online. Know that year, oh please vote for me, oh please like my video.
I do that thing.
Oh yeah, so
it's
and thankfully we won. I think literally we're like number 1. You get, and then and then there were like 5 teams, so we went for a workshop to a resort. We spent like 3, 4, 5 days. You get at that resort, and Mr. Nee invited different industry players, from directors to DPs to editors, you get, for them to lecture us on like the craft. You get documentary filmmaking, directing, cinematography. Literally, it was just a whole lot of knowledge intake. You get, and that was amazing for me as a young guy. That was really important for me. You get, and it was fun studying and learning. Yeah. And then we got the money, and then we traveled to the East to make our documentary. Yeah. You get, so those are so
the Biafra now.
Yeah. The one about and the survivors. Of the Biafran war. So you get, so these are some of the steps that, as an industry leader that he did for young people without he did not expect anything from us. He did not collect 5 naira. Like, he did everything for free and from his own pocket. Like, all the hotel bills, everything, the money he gave us in 2016, you know how much 200,000 was? You know, that kind of stuff. So he did that from the bottom of his head, and that was how I started building the relationship with him. And then ever since then, it has been smooth sailing.
Let's talk about the relationship you do with him, because that has led you to make the Netflix special.
You shall be. Yeah.
So let's talk about you from the journey and making. You are the leader of the new age cinematographers and one of the highest paid photographers in Nollywood right now. You've done. If you don't know, he did the Tribe Called
the first billion-dollar film in Nigeria and West Africa.
And this is the guy that shot it. So just tell me about like your experiences so far after graduating, or growing from that intern that you were looking at everywhere to now. What level of work did you put through to make yourself that good? To make yourself to give you a space in the room where these people are, and you get to meet Funke Akindele through me, of course, and now you're making one of the biggest films on Netflix right now. So just tell me your experience about that.
Yeah, so basically, if you know me, you know that like I'm literally like the hardest worker ever. Like, I'm my biggest critic. You get, I constantly want to improve on the work that I do. I really want to like do amazing stuff. So when I got the first opportunity on the first cinema film for Elevator Baby, I was a camera operator, and I feel like Mr. Nee and Antil Studios generally, they noticed the amount of work that I did on the project. They noticed, oh, this person has a particular potential, and then let's see how we can build on this particular potential, because I gave everything, and I always give everything to my work. So which is why you notice that any of my work, it is intentional. It comes from like the bottom of my heart, because filmmaking to me, it is special, and the cinematography is lovely. So I constantly want to like put out the best work ever. And then I did Elevator Baby, I did DOD, Day of Destiny, and then from then on, like, when you do good work, people will start noticing, oh, who shot this? Oh, who did this? Oh, what did this person do for you? And then when they start noticing, it means that what you're doing amazing work. And at that point, you get to meet way more amazing people that you thought that you would never meet.
So your work basically spoke for you.
Yeah, your work is not even like, I'm not even joking, like your work will speak for you constantly. And mostly because it's a visual medium, people will see. You get, oh, they see this video, oh, they see this particular frame, oh, who designed this lighting, oh, who shot this thing? And then from there you build, and from there you get to like build personal relationship with people too. People growing up, people in the same industry, your leaders, you get those your mentors in coaching. You are building constant relationship because you are doing good work. You are constantly there for them. You are making sure that you constantly improve on yourself, man. I mentioned earlier how much that I read when I left school and starting in the industry. Like I still have that amount of reading culture till now, you get, because you constantly need to improve. There's technology, there are newer ways to do stuff, there are better ways to do stuff. You can always improve on the way that you visually represent things, or like your approach. You get, it's a constant learning process. Like it never stops, you get. But as long as you keep improving on whatever that you're doing, your work will continually speak for you, and that is when you get to meet the biggest of the biggest players, because people will recommend you, people that you've worked with, people that you've done amazing stuff with and for, they'll keep speaking your names in rooms where like you might not even be a part of. You get, and trust me, like it only gets better. You get, and being at this stage where probably like I get to influence like a lot of young filmmakers, because I was also really young. I'm still really young.
You're still
well.
He's the new age now.
Like I'm still when people ask me, are you sure? Yeah, I said, bro, man, not so it be. But I'm still quite young, but like the amount of experience, I feel like this would be like my 10th year in Coats, if you calculate from late 2015 to 2025.
Oh, let's learn.
Yeah, so it's really a decade in the industry already. So that's to show you how much, and I'm still quite young. That's to show you how much experience and how much dedication that I've put in. And trust me, we've gotten international recognitions like Ari, Imago, a lot of off-fitting posts, a lot of, is it from Netflix? So like, people will recognize you when you do amazing work. So people should constantly do good. And that's how they'll pay you the biggest money ever. Because of course you come with a certain reputation and you always deliver. So they'll pay you the biggest bucks because they expect you to deliver the biggest films ever.
So I want to touch on the cinematography in Nollywood. Yeah. With the new age of cinematographers that are coming and you leading the pack. And we constantly always praise cinematography in Nigeria and in Nollywood because basically it has been exponential, it has been very good. And you know what the key things or the key takeaways from our films recently is cinematography.
Beautiful visuals.
The visuals have improved, the sound have improved. So what are the trends, the technologies or whatever that has you know, Nollywood that adapted into that has pushed the narrative and made our films look better and sound better?
So basically, you know that for you to constantly get like a cohesive visual style, like it depends on like a lot of factors, and it's not even just about like the cinematographer or the camera. So for your look and feel, like the cinematographer, the costume designer, the production designer, the makeup artist, you get, these are like vital people that are important in bringing out the look and feel of the film. So trust me, like over the years, people have improved in their craft. Like Nollywood professionals, we've improved over time across various departments. So trust me, there's a lot of people that have done or they are still doing brilliant work. So imagine merging with a lot of brilliant people. That they literally make the work easier. Like it becomes a really cohesive vision. That is why you see that the look and the feel of a certain film looks absolutely stunning, you get, because people have improved on their craft. Our craft as filmmakers is an ever learning, ever moving forward this thing. So you need to constantly be up to date, you get. And apart from that, this in camera technology has also improved. Like the sensors, they are now amazing for darker skin tones now. You get like the way that Ari creates amazing stuff. You get sensors now, the newest of the newest technologies. Lights, you get, Ari creates lights, now locks, now like a lot of technology firms, you get, they are now making sure that they deliver the highest possible technology. But technology is technology. It is the humans behind that technology that brings out the best in that particular technology. You get, so now imagine having you that is amazing at your craft merged with absolutely stunning technology. You get, with a very beautiful work culture. It can only get better. You can never go wrong. Like that is why our visuals, like Nigerian cinematographers, I can beat my chest anywhere. They're among the best in the world. You get, regarding all the conditions that we constantly go through for us to make whatever that we make personally. You get, but even at that, we are still constantly delivering the best of the best work. That is why people from outside will continually come and look for us to find out our process or how we manage to get through everything that we go through in Nigeria and still deliver the best work. You get, so yeah.
So let's talk about like your project, Red Circle.
Oh,
so let's learn about that, because I think you've grown into a space where you can now create your own stuff, you're producing and all that. So tell us about the Red Circle a bit, and let's learn about that.
So Red Circle is a film where I'm an executive producer on. I invested in the film. It is a film that is made by friends we love. So all my amazing friends, we decided to come together to make something. Nora Olo, Abdul Tijani, Femi Swe, me personally. So we came together and said, okay, there's this amazing idea. And then we felt like, at least we've been in the industry for a while. We need to put out something amazing. We need to make a film, you get. So, and then we thought about it. And then Nora, of course, came up with the idea. And then everything, like literally, it just became easygoing, smooth sailing or something. So, and then we made the film last year in March, April period. And then even before actual production, we released like an announcement video that went viral. You get on Instagram and on Twitter. You get just to show you that okay, this is how we see film and this is how we want to approach the marketing or like the storytelling. You get when we released that video, we were like, have you guys shot that? You guys done with production? Yeah. And at that time we hadn't even started filming. You get, but that showed our intent. You get. So but Red Circle is a really beautiful film. And it's going to be released later this year in June. You get, so we've started marketing properly now because we're close to June. And then trust me when I tell you that we made an amazing film, and then we sincerely cannot wait for Nigerians to watch it personally. And then it's my first film as an executive producer. So and then you know that I do amazing work personally. So you should expect something really brilliant. And of course, when we're about to do like our proper private screening, we invite press, we invite our friends, so that you guys can come and definitely. So you guys can come and enjoy, watch, give us comments so that we know where we can constantly improve on, because filmmaking is a constant improvement process. Like we need to keep moving forward in whatever stories that we tell or the technology that we employ. You get, so I can't wait for Nigerians to watch Red Circle, and I'm absolutely sure that they will enjoy watching it.
All right, so thank you, Abba. Thank you for that. So our outlooks for 2025. What do you imagine as a cinematographer in the game? Like, so what do you expect? What do you expect our works to look like in 2025 or beyond? So either it's going to on streaming or
when people ask me this question, I say, for me, like I just want to enjoy. Like I just want to enjoy making the films. I just want to enjoy the process. Yeah, because it is from you finding joy and excitement in the work that you do. That is how it will constantly get better. And then for Nollywood as a whole, like 2025 is a really important year, because I'm sure so many people have heard of Prime Video leaving Nigeria or Nestle leaving Nigeria. You get, so basically as an industry, we need to find ways to distribute our films properly, like across the entire calendar year. So probably not just maybe holiday periods, maybe April, September or December. Like we need to constantly find moments, because we release a lot of films like yearly, and films, they need to make a huge amount of revenue so people can keep making films. So I'm hopeful that the distribution for our films will improve way better. Probably there will be more avenues to share these films, and producers or EPs can actually make some money so that they can still put back into the industry. And I'm sure like there are so many amazing distributors that are constantly finding solutions, because we just literally led a conversation with our distributor, and there are so many ideas that we've talked about on how we can actually get this film so that the audience can actually see this film. So trust me, I'm hopeful, and I'm looking forward to all the amazing ideas that will happen for the industry, for distribution personally. For production wise, Nollywood has been constantly improving for the past 10 years. Like I'll not even lie to you. Like we've gotten to a level where it can only get better. People are well improved in their craft. Production houses are doing their absolute best to make sure that everybody puts in their best work. It can only get better with the right people, the right stories, and the entire industry is going forward. I totally believe in Nollywood.
Yeah, so for the sake of time, you have to
you have to leave.
But I think I've gotten this insights from you, and it's amazing the work you put in to get yourself into this to the place where you are in the industry.
Thank you.
And we in business, we also appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
Hopefully we see more. But is there any project you are working on?
There's a lot. There's a lot that is coming, although I cannot fully like talk about it because I've signed a lot of NDAs. But trust me, like anything that is coming from me, it's definitely going to be exciting. It's going to be refreshing. There's a lot that's going to happen this year for me. I'm going to be filming in a lot of countries, not even Africa. Like there's a lot of like cross continental projects that I currently have in development, and I'm speaking with a lot of executive producers. So I can't wait. Like definitely, like BusinessDay will definitely be the first people that I reach out to let them know all the fanciest scoop and everything. But trust me, there's a lot of amazing things that's going to happen for me personally this year, and then for the industry as a whole. Then I can't wait. I can't wait to share with you guys.
And we can't wait to also see that as well. Thank you so much, Bani.
Thank you so much for having me. I sincerely appreciate.
Yeah, definitely. It's been fun talking to you.
You're not my brother now, so it's definitely gonna be fun.
Yeah, definitely. That's all we have for today on BD Extra on BusinessDay TV. Please do follow us on all socials on BDTV_NG and on YouTube at BusinessDay Television. I am Anthony Duba. Nice to have you. Take care.